So, yes. So yeah, I don't know. It could just be like we had a couple hot days and my nerves are being shitty. But pro tip: if you ever end up hyperglycemic, go get treated and figure it out quicker than I did, because otherwise you'll have full body nerve damage and hate your life for the rest of your life. All right, let me just get the record. As a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded channel. I make a living because people subscribe to the stream and whatnot. As of yesterday, I've fixed the sound commands. So if you're subscribed either at the recommended tier or above on my blog, or if you are subscribed at tier 2 or above on Twitch, sound commands do work again. Tier 2 on Twitch is relatively expensive, but on my blog it is cheaper. And if you subscribe on my blog, you get the effects forever. So you could use sound commands like the one Darius just used. And it helps keep the channel funded. And I get like 98 point something% of it instead of, whatever cut the other platforms take. Outside of that, if you happen to have a Prime subscription, do think about me, because it is what keeps us around here. And if you want to know more about where to support the channel, you can go to blindarl.com/support. That's it, I think. Let's dive back into Mortalsludge, shall we? For the all-mortal sludge. And continue the long and tumultuous and painful wait for the next patch on the 25th. Dwarf Fortress is a bit more abstracted than that, William. So, like, in a world where a day in Dwarf Fortress is about 30 seconds in real time if you're playing the game at a high frame rate, and making a bar of steel takes about half a day, you would presume that the dwarves are preheating it, but is what it is. Yes, that would be the plan. Probably generate a couple until I find one that I like. Because I've been playing in this one since, like, January? Basically? Been like 6 months. Alright, well, maybe that's what it is. Anyway, so what's my criteria for liking World? I'll know it when I see it. And it changes. I don't have criteria. If it vibes, it vibes. If it doesn't, I delete it and build a new one. That's my criteria. I cry until I get the Tyria. Beardless dwarf. Want the beardless dwarf. I'm going to assume you want an adult beardless, not a child, because most people don't want child. Top Hat, the first named dwarf of the fort, is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, is very, very rarely develops negative feelings towards things, is quick to anger, and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. She works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess, and she works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She tries to return favors, and she is easily moved to mercy. She often feels discouraged, and she tries to do things correctly each time. She feels envious of others, and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she has an active imagination. She bites her nails when she gets bored, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. And she personally believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect. She finds sacrifice to be the highest of ideals and doesn't particularly respect commerce and does not particularly value the truth. She dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. Sup, Shinobi. She likes cinnabar and steel and tiger eye, as well as olive wood and giant polar bear bone. Hemp paper, the color aquamarine, large gems and horses for their strength, and three-eyed demons for their rhythmic undulations, and the words of the page of crystal, and the sight of the aquamarine of roughness and impossible. Prefers to consume tortoise, and swamp whiskey and goat's milk, and absolutely hates praying maggots. You're a member of no religion. You did join the Arch of Shimmering, as most dwarves in the region did. This cutout looks like a seal, and you're married to Judosi. And you have a baby who is 0 years old and was immediately horrified upon being caught in freakish weather. That's just called childbirth, my kiddo. Who was born in autumn of last year, and it's now midsummer. Getting up there. Sounds like a crossbow woman, kind of? Maybe. So this fortress is part of the North Guilds. Now, the North Guilds is not the nicest faction. Most of their gods relate to either war or death. And because of that, I'm being mean. First off, I built this water trap. It fires a big, massive, humongous stream of water through here, and it's pretty dramatic when it goes off. Then... Also, on top of that, I have this. Don't mind the skeleton. It's part of the fun. So this right here is a minecart. Now, dwarves push this minecart by jumping into it. This minecart then goes into the water and waterboards them. And then they go across here and drown the entire way across while staring directly at the corpse of their once living friend. And that does two things. It teaches them to swim, and it scars them into reminding that their mortality is very limited and they should be happy with their life. And then when they exit the terrifying machine, they then return the minecart and get sprayed by the lovely mist. It's a great time, and everybody loves it. And the dwarf that died in there was intentional, I swear, and I definitely didn't do that unintentionally. I should also, like, fortify these two so like the more mist can come in. So that is the first machine that we built. The second machine that I built was I built this, which is my super duper 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 over-engineered fish transportation device, which might take a minute for it to run. But this transports fish up. Again, very straightforward. This is a very, very high-speed minecart that takes all of this fish from this fish stockpile up to much closer to my kitchen, pretty much next door to the kitchen, so that it can then be transferred into the kitchen. I need to expand the fish preparation stations because they're a bit limited at the moment. So that's the second spot that we have. It goes all the way up to here, and you blink and you miss it. The fish gets dumped out to here, and this is all of my raw fish that need to be prepared. There's a kid standing right here who's grabbing fish to throw into a barrel, presumably so that he can shoot it, and then the minecart falls back down, oopsies, to here, and then kaput right there to the beginning. And it goes slow enough in this area that it doesn't really hurt anybody if it hits them. So if a dwarf ends up here, they might turn into red mist, but the rest of it, pretty safe. The next thing that I built was this. Now this might look like a pretty normal water wheel setup. However, I'll have you know, it is not. So these minecarts are all set to dump to the right, which is against the wall. And that tricks the game into, first, disappearing the first few levels of water. That's the first thing. And then second, it makes the game think that the water's moving when it's not. And so all these water wheels are powered, even though there's no water moving. Over here we have a fishing area. And over here we have a pump stack. This pump stack pumps all of this water up to here, which then pumps it all the way down to here, which then pumps it all the way up to here, which can then instantly flood this whole walkway, which is our front door. And it's lovely. We like it. Yeah. Trying to think of other things to point out. Oh yeah, this will also probably get cavern trees, which will be cool. Let me also dig that down further. The next machine that I'm working on, well, first off, I'm probably just going to expand the kitchens pretty dramatically. But the next machine that I'm working on is this. This right here is my gymnasium. This is my tavern. And the plan is to make a very slow minecart that just kind of goes around this little track here. And any dwarves that are standing on it are going to have to jump out of its way. Now, as you can see, tracks kind of go, oh, you shouldn't stand on this. Well, no, dwarves, actually, you should stand on that. And the ideal will be that they'll step out of the way and go, oh, no, periodically. And that'll train their dodging. Well, it's better than a flooded back door, Linux. In my fort, you have a baby who was injured, but he can't get into the hospital as long as they're a baby and has to be carried by their mother. I know it's not a bug, but it should be. Should that be changed in the future? I would say doctors should take the baby to the hospital. That seems like a bug. That seems like a problem. That should be fixed. Yeah, I agree. That's not good. If I would think that they would take the baby to the hospital. Although something that's kind of fucked up is I found out in this fort that if a mother rides a minecart, they throw their baby away. So if they have a child and they get into this minecart to go through the drowning contraption, they don't take their baby with them. They just huck the baby this way and then go disappear and then go get the baby afterwards. Just kind of fucked up. I don't know how I feel about that. So those are the machines that we're currently working on. I'm going to need to work on more. Currently, we're in the process of building power from here all the way over to here so that we can go up to here. That's the current process. Any questions? And also, if you have suggestions for machines that we should try to build, I'm ears. Eyes and nose. Also, I should read the living dwarves in the fortress, but I'm just going to do this first. So, the dwarves in the fort are... Pain Cleric was the original founder. We've got a lost intern, Arga Menon. We've got Broquid. We've got Bully, Clone Doll, who was... And a lot of the dwarves in this fort actually were in the first fortress that I played in this world, which was Squidward. Which is a ocean fort. So if you remember the fort that had very low frame rate, so a lot of these dwarves are from that fort. Darius, Dominok, Dord Farquaad, who lost a leg, unfortunately, which is why Dord is a little bit upset, but they'll survive. Fami Noir, 409, Frosty Noodle, Greenleaf McYeet, as well as Gerd and Hen Grosak and Joe Bart and Judosi and Carl and Kenzie McSpuds, as well as Lady K, and which kind of sounds like Smash's wife. Anyway, or he calls her Miss K, right? And Dr. Nubs, Lord Dr. Nubs, Laya, Mark, and oh, hi, Mark, unrelated to Mark, I swear, and Pain Cleric, Phelps, and Pilot, and Port 3M5, Rock Mine Enough, and Rock Mine Enough, you know, and we've got Rolf, Scout Pie, Shinobi, Swiftwing, Synthetic Catgirl, Top Hat, Viking Ball, Virtuvius, and Vlad, as well as Wolfie and Exaris. I think that's everybody. I feel like I've said that. Smoking Top Hat. It's like trying to dig through a river. And you have to kind of treat it as such. Although if you wait for the winter, and you wait for it to freeze, it makes it a lot easier. If you put boulders in a tube from the water cannon, the entrance, will they get launched? Not as fast as you want them to, but yes. Maybe not in the way that I'm currently building it. Like if I were to put a bunch of boulders right here, sure. Like if I put, say, a infinite stockpile right here, that was full of like serrated discs, that would probably be more effective than boulders, because boulders just aren't that effective as like a thing to hit people with. So with like that kind of asterisk aside, yeah, it would be effective. I'm going to dig out all this, I think, and just fill this up over here with more fish processing plants, I think. Gonna be a lot of construction jobs in the next couple minutes. But I've seen something that I've seen do more damage is I've seen goblins die because a water jet hit them so hard that they slammed into the wall, and hitting the wall is what killed them. Oh, also, this is going to be my military spot, so might as well throw weapon racks and armor stands in. Did anybody here watch the video on Jerry's map, by the way, which I talked about yesterday? Oh, coin launchers are 1,000% lethal. The problem with coins isn't that they're not lethal. The problem with coins is that coins have to be collected after the fact. So coin launchers, absolutely lethal. But what's also lethal is the stress of having to then, like, where the hell are they going? Is having to then rebuild. Oh, I see where they're going. Is then the issue with coin launchers is then having to remake. What's the word? The issue with coin launchers is then having to collect all of the coins after you launch them. That doesn't work like that. Because you still have to put them back into a minecart, right? Because like the way... So each stack of coins is 500, right? If you collect all of those coins in a stockpile by dropping them down a level or whatever, you still have to put the coins individually into a minecart again. So you've suddenly gone from having a shrapnel cannon to now having to pick up every single individual piece of shrapnel independently of each other to put them back into the cannon. So if I'm going to use minecart shotguns, it is significantly more practical to use serrated discs or liquid that you don't need to recollect than it is to use coins. Coins are very effective. I'm not going to say they're not effective, but if you're going to use coins, you have to realize that you're committing to collecting the coins again. Also, the way sieges work now, they do avoid the spot where a lot of people died the first time. So I tried to do minecart cannons relatively recently, but found that they were very difficult to actually utilize because after the first attack, they would just walk around the radius of where the shotguns would go. The multi-haul update would make it easier. I mean, there isn't one. I mean, they can haul multiple items in some cases. Like, they can haul multiple, what's it called? They can haul multiple, like, pieces of clothing at once to put them into a bin, but they still would have to take them out individually to put them into a minecart. They can haul multiple plants to put them... Basically, if something is going into a bin or a barrel, they can haul multiples. But if they're going to take it out of the bin and put that into the minecart, then they still have to take them out individually. Basically, what I'm saying is regardless of how you fees it, it is like you are creating a trillion hauling jobs that you don't necessarily need to do. Like, for minecart cannons, in my experience, having messed with them, like, I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying you'll have more luck if... In my experience, you'll have a lot more luck if you are building a system that... How do I put this? You'll have a lot more luck if you're building a system that is utilizing the enemy's weapons against them. So, as an example, if you Make a minecart shotgun that just uses all of the weapons that the goblins bring, but not the weapons that your soldiers use. You'll have a lot less hauling jobs with similar amounts of effectiveness. A water minecart is not very effective. If anything, like, it'll cause a lot of mist to appear. Like, it'll knock dudes around and it'll be funny, but not super effective. It'll also cause a lot of mist. I've used water cannons to make my own dwarves happy before. I mean, should I make a water park? Fucking just fire a hose at my dwarves to, like, train them in dodging or some shit. Although, would they dodge out of the way of water? I don't know. If you kill them all, do they still know where a lot of them died? I haven't done enough experimenting with the current siege system to tell you outright. I don't know. I assume so, but I don't know. Although I don't think I've ever actually managed to kill all of a siege, so... But I would assume so. I tried to make a water cannon once using minecarts, and the ideal was I would knock the creatures that I was hitting into a wall, and that wall was made of platinum because the density of the material that they're hitting is largely what causes the damage. So my theory was if I slam them into a platinum wall, the damage of them hitting the wall would be enough that it could kill them, but the reality was not that. I need to go chop down some trees. Let's just go open the front door again. Oh, it is open. The burrow on? Yes, it is, but they have access to a whole bunch of stuff up here, so... Let's just bring all these trees inside. And also, you know, fuck it. I'm gonna go over here. Okay, so my carpentry shops are up there, which is fugly. Not a fan. This is just a wood stockpile. So I'm going to shrink you down to this. I'm going to place those blocks. Going to add a new one of these and just call it wood logs. And I'm going to place it right there. And it's going to load wood logs. It's going to load from there. There's no minecart on it yet, I don't think. I could probably also get rid of the water power ones now, but then I'd have to remake them if I delete them, so then I just need a minecart. So you... wooden minecart. Get out of Glumprong, because I like the way that wood looks. But it wasn't super effective in regards to the lava thing. Does the invader avoidance logic avoid the place? I please don't ask me about invader avoidance logic for two reasons. I haven't seen the code, and I've only done one fort that was very heavy on an invader avoidance logic, and they just avoided everything after a while. Okay, so please don't ask me about the logic. If you have questions about invader avoidance logic, I'm probably not going to be able to give you a direct answer. Your best bet is to ask Putnam. That would be my advice, is just ask Putnam, because Putnam would be able to give you a response. I, right now, can just say, I mean, I haven't tried that, so I don't know. But what I will say is they avoid the place where they die. That did mine through my lava moat, but you know what? They never did that a second time, Tortine. Is there a way to get dwarves to use minecarts as transportation? They don't consider it transportation, but you can finagle it. I know, like, people have used them for entrances to forts and stuff. I'm very sorry that I don't have more direct responses when it comes to, like, current baddie. Like, an example is they're using this sort of as transportation, but they're not really thinking of it as transportation. They're using it because it's an active job. Like, they're not trying to get over here to do something specifically. They are going through this because it's an available job. I think one of my biggest wishes is I want minecarts to get 3 major things. I want them to just be more versatile in general. I want the dwarves to know why they're using them, especially if they're riding them. And I want them to be able to be trained together so that you can have trains of them. Like, I really wish that minecarts had more flexibility to be used for different things, because the minecart system is like stage 1 of like a 4-stage system, basically, is what it feels like. Yes, because it's like riding in a minecart is considered like the equivalent of a hauling job. They get a mood buff, a mood debuff, and they learn to swim. Although I'm going to make another one that does the same thing, but also burns the fat out of their bodies. But we're not quite there yet. We're in ad break, so I will leave the game pause for a second. In YouTube chat, hey man, got a question. If I flood a map with lava, and then it mark next to the square, will I get lava in the current square? No. No, you will not. If I connect 2 land masses, do the civs use it? You don't even need to connect them. You just need to have an embark that touches across a map. So, like, as an example, if I need an island. I need an island. Like, this island is inaccessible from my location. If I place a fortress right here that goes all the way across, then I can access this. If it's too wide and I can't place one fortress, if it's, say, 30 tiles instead of 16 tiles across, I could place 2 16-tile fortresses side by side that touch, and that would allow me to access the other side, and I don't need to build a physical structure. The existence of the fortress is enough. Also, been a bit of a slow sub day, but we have a anonymous gift being chucked out into the chat. If you would like a chance to win the lore mug, one of my favorite mug designs, actually, which is apparently not currently, hold on, not currently being captured. There it is. The lore mug. If you would like a chance to win this mug, type in ! Enter in the Twitch chat. Or you could go to blindrl-shop.fourthwall.com and take a look at it yourself. I think it's a pretty cool mug. It's got books, it's got a gremlin, it's got a dwarf. Good, like, you know, nightcap mug. I really like this one, actually. This is one of my favorite designs that Cooler did. I think it's one of the low-key best mugs. Also, speaking of low-key best mugs, shoutouts to the Crypt Coffee mug. It's just got a pretty dope coffee duder on it. There's also this, which is the Crypt Coffee Windbreaker, which I've personally been using as my biking jacket. It's very good for that, actually. It's very, very, very light, very packable, very nice. I'm actually really, really, really happy with it. We also brought back the Crypt Brewing shirt, but with some adjustments made to make it more affordable than the original run. And there's a Crypt Brewing hoodie, which is very thick and very large. So just keep that in mind with the sizing and whatnot, because these small sizes are currently out of stock. But yeah. And good luck to the those of you making the entries. Ice Blue, congratulations, dude. Also, just as a reminder to anybody subscribed at higher tiers, sound commands should work, and if they don't, please at me and yell at me, and I'll fix them. Also, hey, Brugan. It's good to see you, man. You know, it's kind of funny. Every now and again, and also I realize that there's flickering happening on the stream periodically. There is currently nothing I can do about it. It's a driver issue. I need to fix that, and that was on the list of things to do last weekend, and then I put it off until Monday. And so I'm going to try and get that working sooner than Monday. Okay. Also going to get my squads training again, I think. Because I've got two types of squads. I've got the squads with 2 shields. They're very well defended. And then the squads with crossbows, who I think actually, what armor are they using? Metal armor? Okay. What are you doing for bars? How are we on coke? 52. How are we on lignite? 12? Okay. What are we doing on hematite? 131. Let's do... Well, hematite, let's say 35 hematite. Oh, also the woohoo command, this is very specific, but I also added a an alias to it, so you can just type in !WOO and it'll work. Also, if I owe you sound commands through the blog, they might not work. So please just at me and be like, hey, I'm subscribed to the blog, and I'll just believe you. If you want to confirm it, you can do that by just emailing me, which is contact@stupidskull.com, and I can confirm it that way. But yeah. As far as going forward, if you subscribe through the blog, you just get the sound commands forever. If you subscribe through Twitch, you get it during the duration of your sub. That's it. You have to unlock all bolts for them to always pick them up after shooting. It's getting a bit old. If you hit U, and you go to labor, and you go to standing orders, and then you go to forbidding, forbid used ammunition is the default. If you click that, forbid used ammunition during sieges, which I recommend leaving as your default. If you click it again, claim used ammunition. I would say forbid used ammunition during sieges, and then just open this up and go to ammunition, and then just mass unforbid all the ammo after sieges. I would recommend that. J-Switch in YouTube chat. And Ice Blue, thanks for checking us up at Zalvi. Good to have you back, Zalvi. You have your new computer, but you're missing the charging cord? You got the wrong one? Wait, what? How do you get a new computer and have the wrong charging cord? That sucks. Holy shit. Or is this like one of those situations where they don't ship things with charging cords anymore? Because I know that they're doing that with some phones now, which is mind-boggling to me. Although I kind of get it at the same time because everybody's a trillion USB cords, but like, I don't know. Just wanted to thank you for what you do. Your videos really help you get through your overnight shifts at work. Hell yeah, I love to hear that. There was a lot of Twitch streamers and videos that got me through night shifts when I worked those, so happy to help. Also just getting caught up. Reading 2 chats is a lot. Even for me, and I've been doing this forever. But yeah, I hope that you're able to get a charging cable sooner than later. Or at the very least, I hope your battery lasts a while you're trying to get a charging cable. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this again. Okay, so you, right here. And do one that goes south right here. And let's throw a wood stockpile right there. What are you full of? Oh, that's funny. And you place that, and then this should get placed back, which should just dump it out. Can a rocky ceiling kill a dwarf when mined out? If it collapses, yeah. Most certainly it can. It's trees falling? Trees fall if they're being supported. So, like, man, I really need one of those apps where I could just pop up, like, an MS Paint window equivalent or something, or draw on the screen. But, like, if you have a tree, this is my tree. Okay, so this is a tree. And then you have another tree. And then you chop down this tree. This tree will fall to here, which is fine until you then go to chop down this tree, because this tree will then cause this tree to explode. And that's what causes like cave-ins on the surface, is tree supported by other tree, supported by other tree, chop down, chop down, chop down, and then a dwarf dies. No, not even the logs. The whole tree itself won't cave in unless there's nothing supporting it. So then you get an explosion like you would if a layer collapsed, instead of like the normal tree falling down. The other thing that can kill them is a log falling directly on their head, but that's much less likely. Still possible, but less likely. What's even better is this is a bug that I think has been patched, but if you had a tree and it was on dirt, right? And you chop the tree down, normal, and then you dig out the dirt, that tree might still grow there, or would still grow there periodically, and the result was every year or so, there would just be an explosion there, and we called them intercontinental ballistic trees, and we blamed it on the elves. So this right here is going to be part of the... Actually, just going to make a second barracks. This is going to be part of the barracks, but they're just going to sleep there while training. If you have one, send it to me. Dalvy, and I'll consider adding it to the sub sounds. I mean, I kind of have this. The dwarves will use weapon racks if there's no stockpiles for their weapons. So, like, they're all set to do this. So if I take this squad and I say, boop, actually off duty, and go here and say off duty. Although some of them are messy. That's like the big problem with dwarves is like if a dwarf is just messy, they won't use the weapon racks or armor stands. Also, none of them have weapons, now that I think about it. So they just like put their suits of armor like onto the armor stands because that's all they have technically. They don't have shield. They have 2 shields. They don't have weapons. The elephant seal statue is amazing, dude. It's one of my favorite statues. Yeah, hopefully you got the answer to your question, J Switch. I'm not sure when it was asked, so. All right, let's check in on this, which should be more doable now. Oops, nope, not there. Up to here. And on the off chance I want to turn this off, I'm going to just stick a lever over there. Let's do willow logs. Willow logs. So the colors are more consistent, not that it matters. Do I have one statue visual that I like over all others? I think it changes. I mean, it depends, like, on comedy, I guess. Like, if something funny, if there's, like, a funny statue that's made organically, I really like those ones. I like statues that are of gods. I like statues that are just, like, memorable for, like, because, like, they're related to the fort itself. I like stuff like that. So like if a statue of a local god or like a funny animal is always funny. I really like the statues of like, it's a statue of an ant or like a spider. And so it's like this giant statue base and then like a tiny little spider. I really like those ones. There was a statue of a slug once. Like this dwarf kept making statues of slugs and then reading about the dwarf, we learned that dwarf hates slugs. Was pretty funny. Yeah, this is a waterfall. So not only are they mist tables, but they're natural mist tables. These are future tombs, which we'll need eventually, I'm sure. This fortress is a little laggy, not gonna lie. It is a little laggy. It's probably because of all of the resting injuries. The dwarves need beds. Still haven't found a green chair for the tavern table? I don't know. I honestly wasn't really thinking much about it, but yeah, now that you pointed out, yeah, I guess I should probably put it there. No, malachite, not green glass. The chair was mentioned yesterday, was it? Did I comment on it yesterday? I might have queued it up yesterday. Zan the Trader has been memorialized. All right, let's put everybody inside and re-enable the burrow. Because I probably have a good amount of logs. Yeah, not great, but it's better than it was. And you're dreading the decision? I mean, I could see that. That makes sense. Where's that strange mood? Claim day. You need bones. Bars. Okay, let's try butchering something. Butcher this horse. Probably still accessible. What do I mean by machine fortress? I mean I'm automating a bunch of really dumb things. One of which is I'm teaching the dwarves to swim. Doing this. I just need to wait. It means I'm building minecarts for ridiculous things that you don't necessarily need to. That's the first thing that we did that was silly. The second thing that I did that was silly was I built this, which is a automated fish transportation device, which works like this. Oopsies, I should have hit this, which goes all the way very quickly, very fast, up this route here, dumps all the fish onto that tile, and then falls back down. And thankfully it moves very slowly, so this child is getting pretty good at dodging. Then over here, I built this, which is hurting my frame rate quite a bit, which is a power station for all of these water wheels, except it's powered by 5 minecarts, or 4, I can count, 4 minecarts that are just sitting there and infinitely dumping that way, which keeps it at a layer of 5 deep and makes these water wheels spin. We've also got automated dodging training under construction right now, which is right here. Once all these axles are done, which most of them are, we just got one more to finish, then I'm going to put a minecart on this route, which should chug slowly in a circle around here and make the dwarves jump out of the way. I also have manually pushed minecarts over here, which are transporting lignite, hematite, among other things. Actually, I should go down here and see if I can find some more lignite. Or hematite, even. Maybe just do that priority 4. It's not as speedy-weedy. Might need to go deeper there. Yeah, I need to locate more lignite. That's rose quartz, not lignite. Nothing over there. Anyway, I need to locate more lignite, but a lot of limestone. No lignite. I know there is lignite in these walls. It's just a matter of locating it. Also, Our Lives, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. That's very kind of you. Appreciate you, man. Oh, you wanted me to talk about my audio gear, yeah? Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for the 5-pack? Gift subs. The amplifier that's behind me in the childcare video doesn't work. The one with the lights on. I need to give it a new power supply. The only part of it that it's not powerful enough because of its blown power supply. I got it very cheap. It was, I won it on eBay in an auction. I paid $45 for it and $25 for shipping. But I would like to get it repaired because I have the original rest of that set, but it's beyond me to repair. But the lights work and the radio works, and if you plug headphones into it with an external amplifier, it works. It doesn't have the power to power speakers right now. So But all of the internal components outside of that from my diagnostics work. But the lights work, and so it looks pretty. So I keep it there because I like looking at it. And then the boombox, which I can't. This fucking heavy-ass kit works. I repaired the tape deck in it. When I bought it for, like, I don't know, $30, I got it on Craigslist. Only the radio worked. It needed new belts. So this works. And what's fucking hilarious is it has a line in on the back. So you can just use it with an aux cord if you want, which is usually what I do. Takes 16 cell batteries. Or you can plug it into the wall with a power cord. Yeah. If my dream project for this would be to rewire the battery pack so I could just put like a modern battery that's rechargeable into the bottom of it, that would be cool. And I want to change one of the light bulbs. But, like, you know. Use a 20-volt drill battery. I don't think that would fit in the bottom of it. There's this Philips radio from the 60s that you're fixing with 3D printing. I mean... closet. I move my camping gear. There's a record player in my closet. That works. I just need to adjust one of the mechanisms so that it doesn't miss. Basically, like, the placement arm goes too far on the auto return mech, and so I would like to fix that. And then once I've fixed that, I'm going to give it to my dad. Let's hope that this doesn't kill everybody. But I want to give it to my dad because my dad's gotten into the hobby as of late of audio, and I would like to enable that hobby, much to my mom's dismay. It seems our artifact maker has all the pieces that she wants now. She's got horse bone, 2 iron bars, 2 limestone blocks, single cut morions, as well as rose quartzites and water buffalo leather. So now all of that is done. I'm going to go pull this lever. I'm going to go turn this sucker on. See how it goes. So it should just, fly off the edge. Cool. Well, so far so good. How do you find waterfalls? Is it rivers with cliffs? Yep. That's generally how waterfalls work. And then I've been told that you're not supposed to go chasing them. That's probably enough, but now it goes around. Yep. Perfect. So this should... Then occasionally... Uh-oh, it hit too many people. Got the injury. Did anybody get an injury? Or were you already injured? Okay, so maybe don't stand in the corners. Upper body is bruised. Persimmon minecart strikes the holy ditch. We hit a priest, bruising the muscle and the lung. Okay, so maybe don't stand in the corners specifically. But let's try the rest of this. It's just bruising though, so it should be fine. Should be fine. Hold up. We'll check in on that in a second, Ice Blue. It's party time first. could just throw some more minecarts onto this. Do I have a wood? I don't think I have a woodworker, but so Ice Blue. This fortress is almost entirely miners. I have some doctors, I have some wrestlers. There's one dwarf with an axe. You don't want that dwarf. So if you want a dwarf, just please let me know what you would like, but don't ask, like, just say beard or no beard, basically. Unless you want, like, somebody in the medical field or like trader field or somebody in the military, like I can't really be more specific. And a beard then, gotcha. Just gonna watch this spin around for a few seconds. Just take it. Also, Zon the Trader has created Zonor Nolan, a jagged horse bone helm, and claims it as a family heirloom. That I would like to see, but oh man, I would love for the like extinction update with dinosaurs to include the missing sprites. That would be incredible. All right, so Ice. We'll just call you Ice, unless you've got a different, like, or Ice Blue rather, unless you've got a different specificity that you would like for a name. Vessel Towns is your last name. He is inattentive to detail in his own work and occasionally overindulges. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He has a greedy streak and often acts with compassion. He is grateful when others help him out and he tries to return favors. He can handle stress and doesn't seek out excitement. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. When greeting others, he always smiles nervously and licks his lips when he's nervous. He often bites his nails when he's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Just ice is fine? Okay. And personally finds the idea of fair dealing foolish and cheats whenever he finds it profitable. He values a harmonious existence and does not respect the law and does not really value skills related to fighting. And dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. And personally likes Adderite as well as bismuth bronze, bloodstone, giant brown recluse spider silk, sheep's wool, helms, and scepters, as well as crutches and the sound of the tulip of rhyming. If you want to check in on your dwarf, do just let me know. They should add bone totems, as like opposed to just skull totems. Next. Also, congrats on getting the sub, by the way. Raging Cave, it's good to see you. Sound command should work. Sorry if I told you that yesterday. He likes the sight of the fabulous satinum impossible prefers to consume, steelhead trout, as well as turnip wine and blood amaranth flower, and absolutely peaches. You're married and you have a cousin and a daughter in this fortress. Family dwarf. Also, I think that the last dwarf wanted to join the military, so these rangers in. But at. Okay. And then I'm just gonna go here. I'm gonna make 1, 2 fisheries, 3 fisheries. You haven't played with that all that much? I mean, it's pretty straightforward. If you want to allow them to go collect stuff from outside of the burrow to complete tasks, you click this button. If you don't want to allow that, you turn it off, and you can either enable it or disable it. And they try to stay in that area, but they won't 100% stay in that area. So there are things that can force them out of that area if need. The other thing that I haven't really shown off, actually, is my trash disposal, which I'll kind of cheat to show you a little bit of. My trash disposal is a automated crushing setup. You had a one-legged unnamed fortress guard last night with a legendary crutch walker and a legendary miscellaneous object user. Give that dwarf a lead crutch. So when they step on this switch, it triggers a drawbridge somewhere. And then it goes wee down to here. And then we wait. And after a little bit, when the switch pops back up, game saves. And when the game's done saving, when the switch pops back up, the drawbridge closes. That's what's going to happen. Music is too loud? Okay, thanks for the heads up. That particular song is probably just too loud, but thanks for the heads up. Often people don't tell me, and I'm not always looking at OBS, so I don't always see the audio levels. So thanks for the heads up. Nope, no changes have been made to the music since they added Danger Room, like, I don't know, last fall. YouTube chat. Coffee complete. Do I use DF hack? Yes. I just have the overlay turned off. There you go, see the bridge closes. But yeah, that's DF hack right there. I just don't like the overlay. I sometimes enable it to prove that things are working, but like, I just don't feel the need to use it in most cases. You hope they add new music with the next update? As I understand it, like, the plan is to just add a song or two a year, kind of going forward. I know that there is, like, a contract in place where they have to write X number of new songs. I don't know what the total number is. But, I'm pretty sure that's just kind of the plan going forward, is to just periodically add new music. Also, like, I don't want to misspeak here, but I'm pretty sure that Simon has become a dad pretty recently, so he's quite a bit busier than he was when development for Steam DF started. So Crotch Goblin showing up in your Dino Fort. I beggeth your pardon? What? Oh, children, right. I mean, Tarn's a dad too now, isn't he? Well, he's a stepdad. Because Tarn got married and Tarn's wife is, or had a kid previously. So previously it was always just a cat dad. I don't know, I feel like Tarn would be a good dad. I obviously don't know Tarn that well, but I feel like he'd be a good dad. I did throw away my soap maker shop, but I think what I actually need is here. And running low on lignite. To do some exploratory digging. Get a second minecart onto the fun cart. A free potty trained kid. I think I don't know too much about Tarn's like current personal life aside from that he sits in front of a harp, and that they own 2 cats. One's named Gus. However, from what I understand, it's like not a little kid, like a young teenager kind of deal. I don't know what that is, so no, I don't use it. Basically, like, the only tools I use in DF Hack are I use quick save and occasionally will use some of the debugging tools. I don't use any of the automation for kind of one primary reason at this point, which is I feel like I'm still kind of a guy that people ask very baseline questions about Dwarf Fortress 2. Like, people tune into my streams and they say, hey, can you explain this very basic mechanic? And I find it much easier to explain basic mechanics if I'm just using the default UI. The second I start using additions to the UI and start depending on them, then I forget what is default and what isn't, and it's harder to immediately differentiate. And I find it much easier to just be like, yeah, no, I'm using like just the default stuff, and this is how does it skip off? That's bizarre. Like, they always skip off right there. Odd. How's your dodging skill doing, Dwarf? Probably not great, but dabbling dodger. Well, it's not that it's not that I prefer it necessarily. I actually don't care. I'm much more open about mods and like additions and automation and stuff and quality of life stuff than I think some people give me credit for. I was a little bit more blunt a couple years ago. Maybe I've just gotten smarter. But like, genuinely, a lot of it is just, I personally find it much easier to explain things if I'm doing it that way myself. So that's the majority of it. It's just kind of more practical to do it that way. There's some lignite. That's what I need. Lignite just looks almost identical to limestone to me. I need to expand my fish stockpile. Or we're gonna start having raw fish everywhere. And you should take from here. You take from here. Take from there. Do you want to see the infinite water wheel generator that I'm using? This will hurt your frame rate. But I find this setup, having experimented with it now, after knowing it's existed for a very long time and never really messing with it. I like this more than the other one, which is the one where it like pumps up and over itself, because that one causes evaporation, so you need to refill it periodically. This is just water in a room with a minecart at the end of it, so one per line, and then the minecart route underneath it is pointed towards the wall, and that convinces the game that it's flowing. So this is like just directly like bugging out the game in a lot of ways. Like, this is infinite power. Like, it's not connected to anything, but the game thinks it's powered. Which is way better than the other system. Which is like where you take a pump, which I do have this stuff for, and then you attach a water wheel to either side. And then you channel down the top and then, or the bottom of it, and then you basically have like a setup like this around the edge of it so that it flows underneath and flows underneath. So you would also have to channel out underneath the, like, that's the other infinite generator. But I don't like this one because like the water will evaporate slowly, even if you have a lot of water. And I find it just tedious to manage. I think those are the original Dwarven nuclear reactors, but like, meh. Not for me. The outpost liaison has arrived. Well as the trading caravan for the season, and we're going to sell them fish! It's going to be a very fishy sales season. Fish for the fish gods? Mm-hmm. Don't mind the blood. It's normal. These are all my fish barrels. They're not very valuable. Sell those shoes. Oh, I was going to look at that helm, which I didn't actually look at. That's kind of what the other thing that I wanted, is to just sell off a whole bunch of my raw fish, which probably will rot, but I hope not. Sell everything but the rainbow trout. Why do I have so much raw fish? Because I'm fishing. Like, fishing, you always end up with too much raw fish. I also just drastically increased the amount of, like, dwarves working on the actual fish supply. Also, apparently I've disconnected from YouTube chat a bunch, so if the folks in YouTube chat could just, like, say hello, that'd be cool, because then I know for certain that I've actually reconnected, because it says I'm disconnected currently. I just refreshed it, though. But I haven't dropped any frames, so I don't think it's on my end. Okay, thank you, YouTube folks. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream. Thanks for saying hi. I needed that. I needed to make sure that it was reconnected. Sometimes like it disconnects and then doesn't reconnect, and then I realize like an hour later, I'm like, man, YouTube chat's been dead today. And I refresh the stream, and it's like, people have been talking for the last 3 hours, and it's like, great. Thanks. So. That you already did? I mean, you could dislike it and then relike it. Count for doubles. The other people that are arriving to trade are not from my faction. These ones are from the Dragon faction, which is fun. These dwarves are coming to trade for my Dragon Fort. Wouldn't it be fun if they brought if they brought dragons? I don't think they will. Oh my god, wouldn't it be fun if they brought dragons? Is my reactor at least made out of pitch blende? I don't think I have pitch blende in this fort, period. So, no. No, it is not. Most certainly not. You're gonna have to pitch that blend to somebody else, unfortunately. Also, I should try and sell totems. I probably have those to sell as well. And totem. It did make some totems. Neat. They're not very valuable, but we'll sell them. Oh, I should probably make a different broker because my mayor is busy these days. I'll set it to Zon, who's the trader. Currently also sleeping. Great. I'm not entirely sure what that means. Greg and then some. I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. They've updated my maps. That's good. And I'm just going to ask for wood so that we don't need to go outside and get friggin' wood. Sucks. They want backpacks and tanned hides. Annoying. Okay. What did you tell me? Where was the North Guilds? Not a whole lot. You said that you updated my news, but I don't see no news. No wars, literally just... Just this. In the early autumn of 274, Dusum Relic Crowded became the mayor of the Invisible Mountain. It's not super exciting, guys. And then obviously the stuff that I knew, my artifacts that were made. That's whelming. So should I change it? An invisible mountain sounds like a bit from a, like, Greg and then some, should I change it is what I should ask. But invisible mountain sounds like something from like a horror novel. Can you have more than one trade caravan and multiple visiting? There's 2 currently. So that should answer your question. There's 2 currently in the same depot. And most of them, I'd say about half of them don't have bedrooms. I mean, not most of them. Yeah, maybe like a third of them don't have bedrooms. Considering, like, they're flying past a dead person constantly and bleeding constantly. Isn't exactly the nicest fort. But yeah, this is what happens when you have multiple groups to trade with. It just gives you 2 lists. So this is my faction and this is... Or rather, this is my faction and the other one is not my faction. Buy the barrels. Goat's milk, sure. I'll buy some nicer shirts. Maybe not the 3,000 Dwarf buck giant cave spider silk dress. That's very expensive. I am, however, going to buy some cave spider silk cloth because I don't really want to go into the caverns right now. Too heavy for them, though. Barrels are heavy, turns out. If I get rid of this, how about this? No, how about... Okay, fine. How many of these do I need to sell for them to be happy? That'll do. What does the other group have? They're not done unloading just yet. Will I make a new map then? Yeah, I will make a new map, Tartine, when the new update releases. Jackie Codes, thanks for the raid. Yeah, I usually wait for big patches to make new maps if there's one coming. That's what this fort is for. It's the interim waiting period between. But chat, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? Welcome, Raiders. What are we playing today? My name's Greg. I play too much Dwarf Fortress. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. But thanks for the Jackie raid, friends. Up, Danik. What's the point in the minecart in the tavern? It's teaching them how to jump out of the way of things. It's tiny amounts of dodging training. Probably is doing more damage to my frame rate than positive reinforcement to their dodging ability, but like, that's quite literally it. Like this dwarf right here, you see they're a dabbling dodger. A little bit of dodging. Not seeing anybody happy after improving dodging, but I'm sure we'll see it eventually. Literally just tiny little bits of dodging XP. I guess it looks cool, yeah. But what were you playing today? To anybody coming over from the raid? For swinging by and thinking of me. Unloading. Fine, pause. Doesn't look like it. I guess they are. We'll wait. Oh. So one of their mules is too injured, so it's moving very slowly. It's too injured from the freakish weather. So it's completely covered in bruises. Thankfully, bruises, even on livestock, heal pretty quickly. It's a very muleable mule. That makes sense as to why it's taken them so long to get into the fort. I'd also probably expand my hospital, but that'll be something for probably later today. Right now I got other things I gotta prioritize, such as bedrooms. Can dogs treat DF animals? No. It's one of the more commonly requested features is a vet. But some animals, especially ones that aren't part of your faction, will just heal. And certain wounds will just heal regardless. Like bruising, which is mostly asterisk. All that the evil weather on this map causes is bruising. So because most of the effect that this evil weather is causing is bruising, the dwarves themselves, or rather livestock themselves, aren't super affected by it. That isn't to say that like they're okay with it. They hate it. But like, it's still, you know, they just need a shower, basically. Or shake it off. But for certain creatures, it can be pretty debilitating. Especially if they're carrying a lot of stuff. I think it killed a cavie. I reckon that's some. I mean, you could say that that form of cutting is curing. There was an opening on one of my other walls. You're going to need to be more specific than that. I'll spot it eventually, I'm sure. Doesn't surprise me too much. Merciful rain, killing the horrible, useless creature. But thanks again for coming over from the raid. Appreciate you guys. What happened to the floor? So much dirt? I put water there. That was me testing my water cannon. Which I'll need to test eventually, you know? Just left this mule. If their livestock get injured, they tend to abandon them. After the merchants leave, I mean, it could just fire it off right now. There's another exit for the fort, so they could just use the other exit. It's more of a, I have to get my dwarves not going through that way. An ad break, so I will wait. Pausing game. We'll let this mule get to the unloading spot, and then I'll pause the game. Okay, now I can pause. I mean, all it'll probably do is just slow my frame rate down for a minute or two. Retrovirus. Are you trying to discover topics, Cheesemonger? Or are you trying to collect topics? Because collecting is much easier. I don't have any tips aside from what year is it in your world, Cheesemonger, in YouTube chat. They're trying to collect as many topics with scholars as possible. So what year is it? And how many scholars do you have is the other question. You made it 5 years old? Oh, that's going to be the least interesting world on Earth. Just make lots of scholars. It's going to take a bajillion years. Currently 4? Well, make 4,700. If you, like, they will all think about different topics, and it will take them years. It will be unrewarding, slow, and boring. That's one of those systems that I hesitate to tell people about so that they don't try to mess with it, because I do think that it is really boring to try and play with, because it's underdeveloped is the wrong word. Like, it's developed. It's just not designed to be engaging at the minute, really. But I would say just make dozens. Like, if you only have 4 scholars, you should have like sextuplet times that. Maybe more. 100 times that. Even better. And then, like, they will write books about those topics, but they'll only write 1 page. So write scrolls, not books. Yeah, exactly. You need like 100 scholars for a scholar fort if you want to like get stuff done, even remotely, consistently. Like, it's really neat as a small portion of a bigger fort, but like, I don't know. I would never, at least not with the current system, theme a fort around it. Are you still unloading? Mule. Yeah, that's it. They're not unloading it. Was something else coming? Not from what I can tell. So chat wanted to fire a cannon, so I'm just going to close this. Once this bridge is closed, Pixie. What do scholars do? What are topics? If you click on a dwarf and you click on skills and you click on knowledge, these are topics. They can be poems, they can be forms of science, they can be songs. They learn songs and poetic forms and musical forms from the tavern. And you can click on this and it'll give you descriptions of the topics. But they will, there are things like, I'm just looking for something that isn't music. Because I don't have a library at the minute, so it's hard for them, unless they already have that knowledge, to learn that knowledge. Hey, here's somebody with more. Okay, no, it's just a bunch of music still. They can read topics in a library, which will give them knowledge. Giving them knowledge makes them have more things to discuss with other dwarves. So it gives them more topics of discussion that they can have with other dwarves, which makes their speech skills and ability to communicate with other dwarves higher, but it also gives them other things to discuss with other dwarves, which makes them less likely to argue in some cases. But you can figure this out by playing too much adventure mode. But more or less what it does, it makes your dwarves more intellectual, I guess. And every world has a limited number of knowledges, and knowledge is discovered organically as time passes with libraries. Scholars go into libraries and they ponder topics. Those topics can then become discoveries. Those discoveries can then be written in books. And once they've been discovered once, they can't be discovered again. So Dwarf makes discovery about mathematics, then or large numbers or large sums is one that just came up, or pulleys, or movements of the moon. And then they could write books about it, and then other dwarves could write copies of the books about it, and then if they read that, then they can study that topic and discover that topic, and then write more books about that, spreading knowledge throughout the world. So the older the world is, the more knowledge already exists, the less discoveries can be made, but the more knowledge the dwarves already have, if that makes sense. I mean, the fatal death is like my friend Escort. I'm gonna pretend that's about escort quests. So there's an essay there? Okay, I missed the essay. Oh, there's an essay. Yeah, you're right. So like an essay would be Common Sense of Melville Hibernames, which is an essay authored by Melville. It concerns the studies of the dwarf Melville Door Shrine in order to the master in the early autumn of 123. The writing is a bit off and is somewhat self-indulgent. It's not awful, not very good either. But like that would be an essay that this dwarf read. It wasn't a very good essay though. Not very peer-reviewed, I guess. We should build a library for this fort though. The problem is like discoveries aren't interesting. So it doesn't really matter that you can't repeat discoveries, because the discovery themselves, like, it just gives you a little light bulb icon, and then that dwarf can now write books about that subject. But they can also write books about that subject if they study it a bunch by reading a bunch of books. So like, if that system of writing books was more interesting and rewarding, then yeah, I would agree with you that it would be better if they could like rediscover things. But because like the system in and of itself is just really underwhelming and not all that interesting, I don't think it matters really. I think that the system itself needs to be more exciting and interesting on its surface to warrant there being more reason to interact with it. That's just my opinion, but like, you know, I think the system as a whole needs additional mechanics to be worth interacting with. I think like just adding that wouldn't really do it for me. Let's make some more floor 2 bedrooms. Nope. Oh, that's not discoveries. That's a different mechanic, Our Lives. So what you're thinking of is animal training. If you have animals that are wild, that you're catching and you're training, the more of them that you catch and train, the better your dwarves understand that particular animal. This isn't related to libraries at all. It's related to animal training. So the more knowledge your civ has about a particular animal, the better they can train them. Basically means that it takes less attempts of a dwarf going up to, say you're taming walruses. If they have some knowledge about taming walruses, then if they have no knowledge about taming walruses, the first time they train them, they'll be semi-wild, and they'll stay semi-wild after a couple trainings, and then they'll become trained. And it's going to take a while for them to get like the big plus symbols that they're very well trained. Because then when you're done training them, or they're at maximum training level, then that training slowly degrades. The more knowledge you have of training a certain animal type, the longer that training lasts, and they don't need to be retrained as much. That's what that system is. So unrelated, but also that's faction persistent. So as an example, the last big fort that I played, that I didn't play for like a day, like 2.5 streams or whatever, that the Dragon Fort, Monsters Mash, they were expert dragon trainers by the end of it because I trained so many of them. Same with rocks. So instead of like the first time I trained one of them, they wouldn't just immediately be like, they wouldn't be semi-wild. They would just immediately be fully trained after training once. And that's faction persistence. So if I played that faction again and found a dragon and trained it once, it would immediately be well-trained. It's a completely different system. But like, neat, but different system. But I understand why it's confusing. I don't know. There's been discussions of like different ways that Tarn could improve the library system. I think about as long as the library system has existed. So I've seen all of those suggestions before, and all I can say to just about all of them is shrug. I don't disagree, but like, don't get your hopes up, I guess. Although I think maybe this is getting my hopes up. It wouldn't surprise me if the magic updates that come out this year include some mechanics that make the library system better. Also, you guys want to see a water cannon? Well, if you want to see a water cannon, I need to see a big wall of water in my chat. Which can be my water emote or a blue square emote. I would honestly, Cheesemonger, wait until Magic releases. Because if I were a betting man, I would bet at least 13 peanut shells, some dryer lint, and maybe a pin cushion that Magic is going to have some sort of library mechanic that'll make libraries better. Maybe not that one, but a library mechanic. Okay, so this dwarf is going to go pull the lever. Crunk. And that's going to do this. Fire! Brrr. So that's why there's mud everywhere. That is, in fact, a wave. Fox named Tacos in YouTube chat. They put a waving emoji, not a wave. But I can't deny that that is, in fact, a wave. I kind of like this from the layer above. Just all of that water. And it pumps from down here. Which also covers the top of this. And then when it's done being shut off, which it isn't just yet, I don't think. Nope. Need to wait for a dwarf to come pull it. It does knock my frames by about 8 to 10-ish. No, it's coming from the river. And the river don't run out of water. And it's being fed by 2 entrances. So the river's being fed by over there and up here. And they're both flowing down this way, so... No, we would not run out of water. Now I'm disconnected from Twitch chat. What the heck? Not my internet. Hey, Twitch chat, could I get a round of beers? Like, I started the stream off today by saying that I wasn't feeling great today, and, like... Now, apparently, neither chat is feeling great, because YouTube's booted me off twice. Twitch chat just disconnected and reconnected. Did somebody break the internet again? Is, like, AWS going down or something? But yeah, that's it. That's the water. It was Ralph. Damn it. I don't know who Ralph is, but I'll agree. Somebody got an illegal floppy disk with a copy of Claude Mythos on it and released it onto AWS out of protest. All of that is fan fiction and didn't actually happen, I don't think. Eurus tunneled into the magma beside the server. No! Oh. Wait, hold up. So can I actually just blame I was going to say blame Iran. Can I actually just blame America's stupid wars? Because, like, that I could actually believe. Like, that seems entirely plausible. If AWS is down in UAE. Jesus Christ, man. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh at that, but that's just funny. That's just funny. Oh. Fuck reality, man. Reality is dumb. That's all I got. I don't even know if I would say that. Just kind of sad. Wait, what? Facebook forgot the passwords to their servers? I mean, I loved the Instagram hack that happened recently. Which was when, like... Novice swimmer, you love to see it. Which was when they would just go to the support option and then ask the robot to give them their password to the account that they definitely own. The Onion hasn't been posting satire for like a decade, though. Why did I read that in the Got Milk ad? Like, voice. And in the Who's Got Oil statement that you said there. There's more like night. I need that. Some of these are going to be very holy bedrooms in a minute. Call a priest. We're going to have holy bedrooms. Wait. Okay, I thought it wasn't letting me build that there. That's weird. It's a lot of square bedrooms. They're much squarer than I normally do, but this isn't a normal fort. I've got minecarts everywhere, so sometimes you just gotta change it up, you know? Yeah, I'm also, like, not making them perfect by any stretch. I do like the way these ones look, though. These are cool. Big fan of these. Oh, no! They're tunneling directly into another person's bedroom. Oh, there's also more lignite down here. Well, that's good. Sucks to be Paddle and Lore, I guess. Kool-Aid Man situation for those dwarves, except it's Urist and he's just mining. And he says, oops, sorry. Because he's from the Midwest instead of Kool-Aid Man. Although I feel like the Midwest oop has like, or ope or whatever, has like infected the rest of the world. I feel like that's just a pretty ubiquitous thing that people say now, regardless of where you're from. Wait, what? They had to kick the no voters off the grand jury, etc. And then now the feds are all, we can just pay the lawyer fees and pretend that never happened. Wait, hold on. Back up. I'm not sure who Ben Onion is. I know who Tim Onion is. But I don't actually know who Ben Onion is. What? I'm so confused by that whole sentence. Your fave bedrooms that you ever did where the entire bedroom floor was an Aztec temple-inspired pattern with each bedroom had a complete walls and it was actually a loft bedroom. I love making loft bedrooms. Even when there's setups like this where it's like some of the bedrooms are ups and some of them are downs. Okay, I've had an ask for a doctor's guild. So maybe it's time that we actually make a doctor's guild. I think the doctor's guild should just go back here. Kind of behind the hospital. Which is just right here. And also maybe pretty up the hospital a little bit. Oh, okay, sure. You were too actual with Ben. Okay, got it. Okay, that's whack. How many Z levels do I usually allocate for living in industries? I don't allocate Z levels. I just go with the flow and build where it feels right. Although I usually kind of keep industry in a pretty consistent space based on the materials that they need. Materials are you taking? No, we'll just say limestone. Boulders, that's what I'm looking for. 44 lignite. Well, at least that number's going up. Coke, how are we doing on coke? 133, good. Iron. Bars. Okay. Say big iron bars. 30. Steel bars. 30. I will do that later. I know. The most recent, like, bizarre story that I heard about that, or not, maybe not like that, but something like that relatively recently was when one member of Weezer's spouse shot a cop for, like, no reason. Like, nobody died, too. It was like he was running across her property chasing an unrelated person, and she was just like, there's a person in my yard, and shot him. Not the guy he was chasing, just the cop. I'm laughing because nobody died, but, like, it's really sad, but it's also, like, really funny. Just because nobody died. If somebody died, sad. Nobody died, so I can point and laugh. I don't know why that's what that's reminding me of, but mostly because I guess that feels like a parody. It should be a parody story. Like, it doesn't feel like it should be real, but it is. So, speaking of things that feel like a parody story that don't feel like they should be real, the Lego conspiracy. Or the Lego controversy. Is it a conspiracy or is it a controversy? I guess it's a controversy. With bricks and minifigs. I feel like, personally, that whole saga, for me, has come to a proper end. You want to know why? And I've been waiting for this, because I figured it would happen. But, like, as soon as I saw the second video, I knew that it would... Actually, no, the first one. I knew that it would happen. Eventually. It was just a matter of when. Which is... one of the alleged people taking part in the whole event is named Joshua Johnson. My favorite comedian is named Josh Johnson. Anyways, he just put out a whole set talking about how he's not that Josh, but how all Joshes get blamed for everything that Joshes do because there's too many people named Josh. And there's also even more too many people named Josh Johnson. I had a pretty good laugh last night watching that whole set. That's all I have to say. I recommend you watch that set if you want to laugh. There should be another Josh fight. I think that, like, you're both going into the same direction, Christopher and Virtue. Yeah, no, I remember the Josh fight. This can be the Doctor's Guild, I guess. Such construction. Good lord. I knew a kid named Michael, or rather, I knew a kid named Chris, and he had a brother named Michael. And when they were born, they had a last name. I actually don't know what their last name was. But then their father, like, found a mistress and moved out. And so their mom remarried when they were little. And the guy that she remarried, his last name was Jackson. And she completely disowned the father, and so changed her two boys' last name to Jackson. So Michael's last name was Jackson. Similarly, feel bad. Your daughter Javelin and your brother Trebuchet. You know, Trebuchet could be a good name for a cat. Wouldn't name a person Trebuchet though. The Forgotten Beast, Ostob Amushiseb Emkar has come, a towering quadruped composed of zinc. It squirms and fidgets and has deadly dust. That's pretty mean, potentially. So this is becoming the Clash of the Titans lair because there's at least one other Forgotten Beast down here. He went by Mitch. Guy. 1451 in chat. I am building with Malachite, yeah. Now, is this one of those situations where he looked like Justin Bieber and it became a nickname, or? We're about to get hit by ads, so we'll let those ads run. And I will pause the game during the ads so you guys won't miss anything. Oh. Sorry for those of you who are in the ads, but in regards to funny names, in a local riding, not mine, but the one kind of close to mine, during the last Canadian election, there was a guy running named David Beckham, which I thought was really funny, and nobody knew who David Beckham was. And I was like, I don't even care about European football, and I know who David Beckham was, because it was a fucking Disney movie. I guess I was just the right age to know what Bend It Like Beckham was. That's the only, like, connection in my brain to David Beckham, by the way. Like, I aside from he occasionally comes up in celebrity lists, but who is David Beckham? He was a football player. It's kind of like having the name Wayne Gretzky. Or, like, I don't know. Trying to think of, like, a famous basketball player, and I'm blanking. Soccer man, weird accent, looks handsome. Yes, was in Disney movie. Michael Jordan, yeah, that's a name. Like, all of these weird two first name havers. Confuddle me. Any relation to Lynyrd Skynyrd? Our lives? It'd be like being named, like after the golfer Woods. I can only remember his last name. Yeah, it'd be like being named Bo Jackson. Sure. Oh, I just mentioned that I knew somebody, for those of you stuck in the ads, or rather, in the riding close to me during the last Canadian election, there was somebody running named David Beckham, which I thought was very funny. Welcome back. Yeah, I know when the ads are running, it sucks. I have to, like, stop what I'm saying and then return. You gotten everything from Army to AI, you just cannot fathom why they think you'd enjoy that? My theory is that in most regions, there aren't people, nobody buys ads on Twitch. My theory is that it's probably better if you do subscribe to people on Twitch to unsubscribe from 2 and just get Twitch Turbo. That's genuinely what I did, and I will probably never go back. If you watch a lot of Twitch, it's super worth it. It is not cheap, but, like, I watch more Twitch than any streaming service. Like, I watch more Twitch than Amazon Prime Video or Netflix, so I don't use those. You get Red Lobster and ads on Twitch? Red Lobster still exists. Does Red Lobster? Chat, didn't Red Lobster close? Like, hold on. You're getting Red Lobster ads in Paraguay. Did anybody tell the marketing agencies out there that... Because, like, didn't they have full-on bankruptcy? Like, okay. I was under the impression that Red Lobster is just gone. Like, gone. So, I guess advertising works. I now know that Red Lobster still exists. They must have, like, gotten a bailout or something. Because I swear that they didn't exist anymore. They did go bankrupt, but they didn't go away. Damn it! That's part 2 of going bankrupt, is going away. What's the point of going bankrupt if you don't go away? Yeah, if you watch a lot of different streamers, like, restructuring. Ah. Crimes, we used to call those. I will okay the Doctor's Guild. It's gonna be this. You really need to focus up. I get you. You have a good one, dude. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. Get rid of this and just go over to here and just throw in a bunch of craft store shops over onto this side. Then they'll actually get used relatively consistently. I've seen an Applebee's once, I think. We don't have those in Canada. Hell yeah. I bought a bunch of Cat 8 cables because they were $3 more expensive than the Cat 6 cables I was looking at, and was like, I will just buy Cat 8. Bigger number. I think one reason for it still being active is the Invincible fandom. Huh. They didn't add a stone alternative to barrels. We've had rock pots and metal pots. Fuck, I don't know, as long as I can remember. Like, maybe they didn't exist in the first versions of the game, but, like, as long as the game's been 3D. But, yeah, you can make glass pots, rock pots, and metal pots. You can also... Or, no, sorry, metal barrels. This, my headphone cable, when I lived with my ex and she had cats... I had to replace it like once a year, just buying aftermarket ones that unplug, right? Because they would chew through it like every 8 months, and I always had a backup. I bought this in 2019, like, I don't know, the year after she moved out, and haven't replaced it since. It's been great. I don't really miss living with cats for a variety of reasons. No, the cables that... We're talking about Ethernet cables. I have Cat 8 cables. Those are my Ethernet cables. So, like, between my computer and my server, between my computer and my router, between my computer and my Ethernet switch, and all my other things that are plugged into it, my routing cables are Cat 8 cables. But... I did once live with cats, and they did actually eat my cables. Okay, I'm gonna just set this as a dining hall. Okay, so you are going to be a guild hall, which is going to be a doctor's guild. Low-key, this is one of my favorite changes, is it puts the green text saying that they want it and then telling me what the value still left is. Oh, so good. I love it. Fucking best change they've added to this game in so long. Cut gems. We'll just say 10. Let's say monthly. The amount of rough gems is greater than 30. And encrust furniture with cut gems, and we'll say if number of cut, we'll do it monthly, and if number of cut gems is greater than 20. The reason I have so many miners in this fort is because the last fort I built was basically all miners to do a really big digging project that didn't work out. So this whole fort got a ton of migrants that were all miners, which is very funny to me. Oh, wait, really? Oh, that was already high enough value? That's wild. Okay. Or there was only wood barrels? Yeah, sure. I can't, like, between, like, Dwarf Fortress 2016 and Dwarf Fortress 2009 is just a fucking blur to me. In my defense, that was 10 years ago. Which should make some sense, but... like, Lord, it's been a while. Okay, so another thing I need to do is I need to go down here and set up some gem cutting space. Actually, why don't I just fucking dig out all this? Pull it in. Fine. That's not what I wanted. The one wall piece. That. Dig through that. I will go back and adjust it in a minute in regards to the in regards to the pump stack. Probably should just turn it off is actually what I should do. Like, this is not really a huge deal at the minute. It would shut off power to this, but... a stock of strand extractors for future forts? Yeah, you could do that. Could absolutely do that. Oh, I see the problem here. Now they won't cancel those damp stone notices. What's the minecart loop doing in my tavern? It's hurting my frame rate, mostly. But, it's dodging, or it's teaching dodging, so, like, see, everybody's like a dabbling dodger, basically. Eventually, we'll probably start getting above dabbling dodgers. It's just like, what's this doing right here? This right here is doing three things simultaneously. It's scarring dwarves for life, because there's a dead body in it. It's giving them happy thoughts, because they're getting water on them. So they get happy thoughts due to being near the waterfall. They get a satisfied at work job for transporting the minecart. And then they see a body, and they go, ah! And it terrifies them. But it also makes them more desensitized. So we'll probably start seeing doesn't really care about anything anymore. Excellent. And on top of all of that, he's also learning to swim. He's a novice swimmer. And honestly, all you need is novice swimmer. If they are a novice swimmer and they fall in 7 deep water, like a river on the surface, they won't drown. Unless they fall asleep. How good is Dwarf Fortress? I don't know if this is really an indicator for you. I have to go to this website to give you the actual number. Oh, it's actually loading at a reasonable speed. He says that and then it doesn't. So this is Twitch Tracker, which is now not loading. There we go. Twitch Tracker is a site that tracks Twitch stats, basically. And there's better ones, but this one just presents it in a very, like, clear, easy to digest way. There's two different versions here of Dwarf Fortress because the directory name changed at one point. Anyway, I have, I don't know, 14,000 hours of time streamed. And I played it for on and off periodically for 7 years? 8 years? Before I started playing it? Before I started streaming it. I don't know. Do with that knowledge with what you will. But it is my full-time job now, so I keep playing it partially because it is my job now. Keep that in mind. You're assuming they don't do much? If a dwarf is lying down and a minecart going that slow hits them, it's not going to kill them, but it will cause bruising. If it's going faster, it might kill them. Like, I have a minecart down here. I also wouldn't recommend doing this much stuff with minecarts because it will hurt your frame rate, by the way. That was the one probably people were talking about earlier. Anyway, but like this one, it would kill you. We'll wait until it moves, which will be pretty soon. Did your dwarf drown? Nobody has died since you logged out. Why did you say drowning specifically? Are you wanting your dwarf to drown? I could drown them if you'd like. I mean, in this fort, I'm kind of intentionally being kind of mean to my dwarves. Joseph McElderberry in YouTube chat. So. Being mean to your dwarves isn't what I would recommend if you're new to this game, by the way. It's a real good way to just make the game a pain in the ass to play. Because the UI to manage them is fucked. Machine Pixie. Anyway, if you blinked, you probably missed it, but that speed will kill dwarves. I've had to remove all foot traffic access to this. They basically can't go here, and there's no reason for them to go here because this just goes straight down, and there's 2 open spaces here, so there's nowhere to go there. So they virtually have no reason to go beyond this, and this is where all my raw fish are transported to, which are then turned into foodstuffs all over here. Yeah. That's not what I want. I may actually just queue up or prepare raw fish jobs instead of waiting for it to auto-prepare. Speed it up. 50 if number of unrotten fish is... No, unrotten raw fish is greater than 50. Repeat that indefinitely. Also, let's remove this from the cavern. I don't really want. I locked the frickin' door before I turned on the water cannon? I wouldn't have turned it on if there was dwarves in the area. Unless I was intentionally trying to kill your dwarf, which I wasn't. I know that your dwarves are likely to die, but the same odds go for everybody. Like, the game doesn't play favorites. So, if you would like me to drown your dwarf with the water cannon, I could. I don't know why you'd want me to do that. But I get the feeling that you don't want me to do that. No. If somebody tips me $5 in bits or $5 in monies, I will fire off the water cannon again. I don't want to drop my frame rate back down to 20 again. And also have to lock the door and do all that crap. But no, it's not a minecart shotgun. I'm tired of just testing other machines. I want to just build the fort, basically. $5. It will not drown my fort. If it would drown my fort, I wouldn't be asking for $5. I would just say no. It'll just lower my frame rate for a minute. And I just don't want to do it again. $5 to show what the water cannon does. Okay, you know what? Don't tip me. I'm not going to fire the cannon. If I have to explain it this fucking detailed, then there's no point. Gosh darn. Happiest unbearded military dwarf. Let's see what I got. I was gonna say none of them are happy, but actually they all seem pretty okay. Oh, this one. Christopher is obsessed with order and structure in her life and with everything kept in its proper place. She finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Oh, you wanted bearded. I read that as unbearded. Hold up. Oop! You can maintain oop. There we go. Okay. But is there somebody happier? I guess it'd be like lore. I should fully read sentences before jumping. He never deliberates before acting, to the point of it being considered thoughtless. He has 2 brain cells, and sometimes they talk. And he always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations. The one thing they agree on. And he is incredibly calm he has an incredibly calm demeanor, is prone to strong feelings of lust, and never feels discouraged. He forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to his detriment, and tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He is curious and eager to learn, and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and enjoys the company of others. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. True, that is true. Maximum efficiency. There isn't much decision to make. There isn't decision much. Anyway, he personally finds sacrifice to be the highest ideals, doesn't feel strongly about the law, and doesn't care much about fairness. He likes cryolite and gold and shell, opal, and giant green horned owl leather. Giant red-winged blackbird, the words of the fatal death, and the sound of the inky tummies. The sight of the heliotrope Lute's mother, and when possible, prefers to consume rice beer and absolutely hates bats. On top of all of that, he has a medium-length beard, which is braided. He worships Zudan Karaktathakus, which is what? Exactly? The god of fortresses. Very original. Anyways, Ice Blue. Contrary to your popular belief, don't intentionally kill your dwarves. It happens sometimes, and it's funny when it happens multiple times in a row. But I assure you, not intentionally killing your dwarf. John Urist McFortress himself? That's crazy, Christopher. It's pretty rare that I would even kill a noble. I think like the only time I will kill a noble is if they're demanding like traction benches, basically. It's basically the only thing that'll make me unexist a noble. Or if I decide to be French that week. But usually like it has to be traction benches. Traction benches are basically the only thing that'll make me actually do that. No, well, Werebeast maybe. Vampire, no. Vampire, I'd probably just lock them up, usually. Although I have killed nobles for being a vampire. Made out of specific materials that you don't have? That's, well, I would... Number one, there's no negative to failing a demand. They just get an unhappy thought, really. And number two, if it's a material that you don't have, import it. But there is no negative to just ignoring those demands. You don't have to kill them or anything. There's a lot of like weirdly false information about like what you should do if a noble has a demand. I've never been totally sure as to where all that came from. Probably just old mechanics that aren't that way anymore. If I were to bet, but... The other thing is, for just like seasonal demands, I just automate them. Like literally, I just tell them, okay, do you want amulets? All right, dwarves, make 3 amulets per season and then forget about it. And then like after that noble has died or is no longer a noble, like 10 years later in the fort, I realize, oh shit, I should stop making 3 amulets per season. That's usually how that goes. Like, genuinely, that is usually how that goes. They would jail or beat someone? Demands, yes. Not requests. So, demands, yes, they will jail or beat someone. But when they say, I want a brass statue for my bedroom, that won't cause that. They'll just get a really big unhappy thought. They'll be dismayed about it. It'll hurt their mood, but that won't cause them to jail anybody. At least as far as I know. But, like, trade stuff is the most obvious. Because if you sell a bunch of banned exports, then they will blame anybody who carried the banned exports to the, like, location where the exports could be dropped off. It's obviously not great. I just want to wall this off so that they stop going this way. You put them into squads, and you tell them to go train. You just put them into squads with no uniforms. Or do what I'm doing, which is tell them to equip 2 shields, because then they just level up to excellent everything except for weapons. They just become wrestlers. Literally just set them to no uniform. Nice blue. They won't say more than 3 per season. Decent. But yeah, I won't appoint them as Baron. Like, the only way that I would get a noble is if they get elected mayor or if they, like, show up as a king or queen. Actually, it's less of a you have chosen death and more usually just a, oh, so you've chosen anarchy. So I just won't, build a sheriff is usually what ends up happening, actually. Also, general body feeling update. I still feel achy and like shit, but we're powering through, so thumbs up. If you appreciate my efforts, please subscribe to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL to help me, I don't know, maintain mental stability when I'm having a bad pain day. Like I said, don't get nerve damage. It sucks. But also, the thing that you need to remember, Fox Named Tacos, if a dwarf does get jailed for something, that's not really a huge deal. It's really not. As long as the prison's good, they'll be fine. And by good, I mean as long as it's pretty and pleasant and there's lots of niceties and simple pleasantries, they'll... Let's see what we're encrusting and what we're encrusting it with. Was accepting after being caught in freakish weather, and that changed your personal tendencies. Wild. I would like some martial training. Scout pie, not sweet pie. Limestone slabs, mechanisms, more slabs. Bin. 15, let's just do 15 then. Dungeons with fancy elaborate chains and carved walls. Yeah. Or like the big thing that was in the news when I was a kid growing up, which was they put Xbox 360s into every prison cell. Because it was 4 prisoners to a cell in the low security prison that I was close to growing up. And it was a pretty big, I don't know if controversy is the right word, but there was a big hubbub about whether or not it was a good idea to incentivize prisoners to, or people to go to jail by putting an Xbox in the prison. In the current year, I'm sure there's a joke that you could make about, well, nobody would care because it's not a PlayStation, but, you know. I wonder how their dodging skills are doing. Dabbling. Pretty above dabbling. Novice, there you go, see? How about you? You're dabbling. You got no combat skills. There's more people who have no combat skills that I want to see what their dodging is. Looking for novice. I want to see somebody who was happy after training dodging. Also, I think this also simultaneously trains I think this also is going to be simultaneously training observation, because if they see dwarves gaining combat training, they gain observation. Basically meaning like if you train your military near your tavern, they'll gain observation skill. And what that means. Yeah, it's literally just there to teach them to dodge. And then make the Wi-Fi really spotty, problem solved. There was a period of my life where I really wanted to know what games they had. I do know that they weren't allowed on Xbox Live, though. Like, they were only allowed on local games. So, like, split screen, presumably, and, like, single-player stuff. I would imagine just, like, Halo, right? Like, what else would you put on an Xbox 360 in a prison other than just Halo? That was always my assumption. Was like Halo, probably like some sort of like a Forza. Madden, yeah. Whatever the NFL games, or not the NBA games were at the time. Probably the Lego games. Yeah, that would make sense. Honestly, it was probably just like Call of Duty, Halo, Madden. It's probably it, actually. Feel like Halo would be too violent. We're talking low security prisons here. Like this was a low security prison, so that would mean that like you could go there for 6 months for like a break and enter. Like it's got I kind of doubt that. Call of Duty I could see it being too violent, but like Halo, whenever people say that Halo is violent, I want to squint at them and be like, okay, Madam Nanny State, because like Halo violent, guys. Fucking really? Like, I get it, but I'm like, you basically shoot a porcupine at like little blue alien. Like, I don't know. That's like saying destroy all humans is violent. Maybe the title is, but like, I don't know. Now, if you want to make the argument that it makes people violent because of like griefing and teabagging, okay, maybe if you want to make the argument of like, oh, it'd start fights. I hear you, but that also is why they got Xbox 360s and not Nintendo consoles and Mario Party. Okay? So, you know, like, in that regard, they're all good. If they gave them Mario Party, then everything would be fucked. When was this? This literally, yeah, okay. So this one I do need to increase the wheelbarrows in. I have a cavey? Who let that fucking monster in here? Okay, so now that I've got all of this fancy improvement stuff going on, Dord Farquaad is throwing a tantrum. You know, I have a very important question, chat. Is anybody surprised? All right, Dorty. I also decided to enable that. I like how Dord Farquaad is haggard. So Dord Farquaad has a tragic backstory. Old Dord here, she got her leg knocked off by an Etten. And hasn't been very happy. He wants to pray to Thykut the Cult. That's the Turquoise Fellowship. The Smeared Sect. Did I not? Shit, I didn't. Okay, that's on me. I need to make a public temple to God of whatevers and things. That's my bad. I'm gonna fix that. Also, as far as Halo goes, I remember Halo being one of the games that I wasn't allowed to play growing up because my parents saw that it was rated M, and my parents took video game ratings very seriously and very literally. And so it was rated M for violence. So they were like, no, that's too violent. You can't play that. And I remember being very frustrated as a little kid because I was like, but like, grunts are little lizard aliens with big shields that laugh at you. Like, it's not... Have you seen this video? Like, as a 13-year-old, I remember arguing with my mom that Halo isn't too violent for me to play. I still honestly feel that way. If I had kids, oh yeah, you can play Halo, that's fine. They could have given them Red Alert on PS1. Yeah, I don't know. I have, personally, I have nothing against giving low security prisons access to an Xbox or anything. That doesn't bug me at all. As long as it's not encroaching on, like, actual time that they need to be doing unrelated things. I don't see that as an issue. Never did, never will. You know, your dad insisted you watch every James Bond on TV. Yeah. Even Doom is pretty goofballish. Like, Doom has blood, like, at least has realistic looking blood, right? Like, for what it is, like, red stuff come out of the thing. Like, modern Doom, okay, sure. I could understand why someone would be like point at, like, Doom 2016, Eternal, and then Dark Ages or whatever that. Yeah, sure, those are violent. But, like, OG Doom? Okay. You've lost so much culture for not playing shooter games. It's a pride thing at this point. Really? No. Any fantasy war thing is violent to you? I suppose. But, like, I have a question. Is, like, so you don't play shooter games, right, Shy Fan? Have you ever watched a cartoon? Because Halo, to me, is kind of like the equivalent of, like, half of the shit on Cartoon Network when I was growing up. Like, Looney Tunes kind of shit. Looney Tunes with, like, cartoon guns is kind of... Because Among Us isn't violent, really. There's, like... Among Us is about as violent as, like, Madagascar, the movie, when, like, all of his friends become... When the lion's friends all suddenly become, like, steaks because he's hungry. Like, Among Us ain't violent. But, like, I've seen Tweety Bird. I've seen Roadrunner. I've seen Duck Dodgers. I've seen Star Trek. I mean, heck, there's more mature themes in Star Trek. Or as many mature themes, if not more, in Star Trek than there was in Halo. I don't know. I will defend Halo until I die that Halo ain't that violent. I mean, like, by the time you get to, like, Reach and stuff, like, sure, there's some darker storytelling and there's, like, dudes screaming and stuff, which could scare a small child, but it's not like... You know. Reminder that Puritans called Doom demon worshipping. You're literally shooting them in the face. That is the antithesis of demon worship. It's like you were literally the anti-demon. You are the inverted of worshipping them. You're trying to get them out of your factory so that you can go back to your proper corporate enslavement instead of your demonic enslavement, of course. Also, in YouTube chat, not a prinny. In 2016, I was on stream. So on Twitch, I have a number above the, or I guess it's below the stream now. I still say above. Anyway, below the stream, which is the number of streams I've done. We're in the middle of the 2000s. And in 2016, I was nearing stream 666. The count slowed down quite a bit because I used to stream 7 days a week back then. Now, when I was on stream 660, I think, I made the decision that for stream 666, I was going to stream Doom. Because Doom 2016 had just released and people really liked it and somebody gifted it to me. So I was like, I'm going to stream all of Doom. I would really like to play through Doom. Because I wanted to play that game. And I had a viewer immediately go fucking apeshit in my chat about how if you play Doom, you are probably uneducated, likely like going to become a criminal, potentially violent, and a horrible person. And like went on this tirade about how if I play Doom on stream, they will unsubscribe and like never watch my stuff again. After I finished laughing hysterically, I did them a favor and just banned them. Maybe genuinely one of the hardest laughs I've ever had. Bugs Bunny and Looney Tunes got you into classical music? I mean, Bugs Bunny has some great music in it. I mean, Happy Tree Friends is like fucking sadistic in a way. Had to be a religious fanatic. I mean, we had a long discussion about it at the time. Back then I played a lot more Tycoon games on stream, so at the time I was playing Planet Coaster. And we had a discussion about it. And the conclusion that we kind of came to was probably a younger person and probably a child, because like just the way this person had talked, because this person had been around the stream for a bit. Probably a younger person who came from a pretty religious family, if I had to bet. The Languishing Whim, which is where you go if you don't worship a particular deity. So now the dwarves who don't have access to a god to worship can go there. Hello, Laya. Port 666 was for Doom multiplayer back then? Yeah, no, totally. Like, maybe I'm weird, but to me, it's like maturity in video games is more of an issue for theming, less of an issue for like the violence. Like, as an example, Doom, I barely clock it as like violent. Same with like Halo. Duke Nukem. There's something about Duke Nukem that like makes me uncomfortable now as an adult and back then as a kid. Grand Theft Auto, I kind of get. Just because of like, not like for the same reason that like you probably shouldn't sit down with like a 10-year-old and watch Scarface. Like I fucking love Scarface. That's an incredible movie. But you probably shouldn't let a little kid watch Scarface. One, because they wouldn't get it. Two, it would just terrify the shit out of them and not really benefit anybody. You know, like, I love Heat. I would never make it, like, you wouldn't want a kid to watch Heat, right? Like, video games are kind of the same for me. You've never seen Scarface? Have you played Grand Theft Auto Vice City? Because then you've played Scarface. Like, Grand Theft Auto Vice City is like an absurdist parody of Scarface in a lot of ways. Okay, fair enough, 13. Yeah, I don't know. I fucking love Scarface, but you've probably heard quotes from Scarface. I mean, everybody's heard, say hello to my little friend, and don't get high on your own supply. Which is good advice outside of being a drug dealer. And the one that was after San Andreas? So 4? Yeah, that's true. He ain't no cockroach man. Also, thank you very much, Paxmac, for the resub for 41 months and the first notification of money in 2.5 hours. I appreciate you. Oh, well, after that was San Andreas. I read that as the next one after San Andreas. San Andreas was great. Any reason for putting the statues by the door? It makes them walk directly past a statue. And if there's something scary happening on the other side, they can see past statues, but they treat them as a wall. So if there's something scary happening here that the dwarf would want to run away from, then they'll run away from it. That's why. Instead of going through the door and potentially leaving the door ajar. Dord Farquaad, I am going to let you be a gem cutter. There you go. I don't know. I'm happy that there's an Among Us cartoon. Mostly because I know a bunch of the people that work on that game, like on a personal level. Like I know those people. The Canadian treasure, after all. But it really depends on the jokes for me. Like I'm pretty immune to body jokes. Commands only work on the Twitch side, if you're paying for them. Death Angel, Zonal. I mean, like, as an example of stuff that messes me up that I find difficult to deal with, The Last of Us. Like, that is a game / series of games that, like, I have a hard time watching large chunks of it. Majority of it, in a lot of cases. Just because of, like, the reality that surrounds it. But that also makes it an effective story. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, you can be, like, absolutely ridiculously overly violent, and it's just fucking funny to me. Like, how do I put this? Like, Serious Sam is ridiculously overly violent. Like, absurdistly violent. But that's why I think it's funny. And part of why I enjoy it, because it's so ridiculous and so absurd. Breaking Bad is a fascinating show. I like Breaking Bad a whole lot. What am I doing? I need more bedrooms. That's the first thing I need, because currently these dwarves don't have bedrooms. So I should make another series of bedrooms. But after that, I need to have more access to crafting. And I also need to expand out the front area. Steel spike. Bars. Steel spike. 50. Not 510. 50. What, let him cook? I mean, Breaking Bad is a classic. Because he's cooked and, like, let him cook and all that shit is literally from fucking Breaking Bad, which was something that I knew almost immediately on that becoming a meme, but I've had to explain it to a lot of people. Like, where did let him cook come from? It's like, well, it's a TV show called Breaking Bad where this dude named Walter White was an asshole to his family, and but also, you know, I know what I like, and I know what kind of media I'm into, and I know what I can handle and what I can tolerate. And I watch a lot of horror movies that are, like, objectively just, like, extraordinarily violent, so I also don't have kids. So... Oh, no, absolutely. I think I saw a Mario Kart one that was incredible. It was made out of the kart chase sequence from the end of Breaking Bad, I think? Like the Camino sequence. Which just put them all into Mario Kart, which is incredible. You're going to need to not abbreviate it because I will almost never know what you're talking about, even if it was literally something I literally was just talking about. I don't know what AHS is, so... I've seen all of Better Call Saul, yeah. American Horror Story. I saw the first season. It's wild to me that American Horror Story is the same guy who made Glee. It's weird as fuck to me. Also, apparently, really bad person. I've learned relatively recently. Like, just kind of an asshole. Violence is part of the human condition, and it's wonderful that you can reduce it and to squash and stretch absurdism. No, absolutely. It's like, I don't know. John Carpenter's The Thing is one of my favorite movies ever made. It's up there with John Carpenter's Halloween. And, I don't think either of those movies are particularly scary. I think that The Thing is gross in a few scenes, but it's still gross in a way that's almost funny. And I don't know. I kind of feel like even people who don't like horror movies should watch some horror movies because there's a lot of really interesting, good stuff out there. I've never seen Supernatural. I haven't seen Glee. I just know what Glee is. I've seen chunks of Glee. Like, Glee has come on. But, I don't know. American Horror Story was fine. I watched that first season and then never bothered watching anything beyond that point. There's some real high-value beds. British EOD, thanks for checking out a Crypt Coffee mug. If you want a chance to win a mug from my merch store, exclamation point, enter in the Twitch chat. Much. Have I seen Big Trouble in Little China? Yes, I've seen Big Trouble in Little China. MASH was always on TV when I worked night shift. It was like always that or Ancient Aliens or what was the other thing? Pawn Stars. MASH is all right. Not my favorite show of that type, but I like the theme song. It's just not adaptable into a movie. Not everything needs to be adapted into a movie. Fell? I don't know. I think it improved a already pretty bad channel. Lord Farquaad is throwing a tantrum again. All right, fine. I'll make a prison. I need to arrest Lord Farquaad. Question is, where do I put it? Why don't I put it down here? I mean, Ancient Aliens, the one truly incredible thing about it is just the amount of awful memes and GIFs it created. Period. And Ragnarok now. Thank you very much for entering the giveaway and winning the thing. Now you just got to go click on the redeem button. Guys, hear sirens. They're pretty loud. And redeem your mug. Must be traffic. What the fuck is happening? Why they don't use the road that's like one block over with less traffic on it? On me. Well, I mean, if you don't redeem, then I just keep the full amount of money that the merch is worth. But more likely what it actually means is I will just do a redraw sooner than later. Did I say do not redeem? I don't know. I was paying attention to the annoyance of the things, with the stuff and the things. There you go. Go redeem your thing, Ragnarok. Or did I say the names backwards? Okay, I don't know. Y'all are just trolling me? Okay, fine. In that case, carry on. Carry on. Got a spam phone at the same time? It'd be crazy if you had a phone made out of canned ham. It's like a banana phone, but salty. You know, okay, so since we're being serious about this, Fox Name Tacos, I don't hate Ancient Aliens as a piece of entertainment to go, that's a funny idea. But yeah, no, it's all bullshit. And it also, like, the worst part about it is just how much it discounts human creativity, intelligence, and ingenuity. Like, it's like if you believe that all humans were absolutely fucking stupid any kind of industrial revolution, then I guess I could see why you could be conned into thinking something so fucking moronic, but like, you know, when you're eating a sandwich at 2 o'clock in the morning, it's funny to look at and go, huh! Is funny. Exactly. If you look at it as satire, it's kind of great. If you look at it as serious shit, which some people do, it's bad. Depending on which theory you're looking into, it absolutely can be. And YouTube chat also points out it's pretty racist from a colonial mindset. Yeah, depending on who's talking and about what specific dumb idea they're talking about. Yes. So, I don't know if we need to get into this. This is a bit too serious of a subject. How do I put this? Not Prinny in YouTube chat says, or not Prinny. That's a different thing. Fox Name Taco says, I used to be easier on the show. It was more entertainment, but then I started meeting more and more people who think that modern archaeology is basically a conspiracy to hide aliens. As long as humans have existed, there has been people who deny things that are common knowledge, like the reality of things. There's always been people like that. They will always exist. Contrarians, idiots, whatever you want to call them. I think the issue is, 100 years ago, their methods and abilities to find other contrarians or idiots, or alternatively, find people that were dumb enough to listen to their, nonsense, was a lot harder. You had to go around in public and shout upwards. You had to pay somebody to print flyers. You had to make flyers. You had to carve in the stone walls of Rome that so-and-so was an evil spirit. And now we live in a world where it's very easy to send information between people, which is great, has a lot of benefits. But the problem is, it makes it a lot easier for idiots to find other idiots. I think Ancient Aliens in a vacuum. If you are a sane, relatively educated individual, similar to The Onion or any other satirical thing, if you watch it, you can go, that's funny, and move on with your day. I think the problem is the grifters or snake oil salesmen or people that massively profit off of convincing people that stuff is 100% reality. The number of those people that exist in places where they can freely find other people that are gullible enough to believe their bullshit is ruining the entertainment value of something like Ancient Aliens. I would actually say that for me personally, Ancient Aliens was a positive because it taught me about cool historical sites around the world that I then would look up on Wikipedia and shit. But I'm a different kind of person than the kind of person who's gonna believe that shit. Also got a strange mood. Well, I mean, reality is just perspective, right? What part of the world you saw when a certain thing was happening. Where were you on 9/11 is reality. But fact is what actually happened, right? I've got naked children in my fort. I need to make clothing. Probably not. Farmwolf? Nope. No spare clothers. Literally every dwarf in this fort is a miner, more or less, with some rare exceptions. We've got some doctors, a singular peasant, and a few rangers, and that's basically everybody's a miner because of the miners guild in the previous fort that we had. I mean, one of my favorite hobbies for a while there was looking up misinformation crazy people in old newspapers pre-1950. Even better if you can find them pre-1920. I also like to point at people who claimed that seatbelts were dangerous. If you truly want to just get a really good example of people have always been stupid and will always fight the logical smart thing, just look up some newspaper articles about seatbelts. Today I've mostly been making the fort livable. He'll take a minor in that case. Beard or no beard? People are taking it too seriously. Yes. Ever seen the pro drinking and driving protests? I'll be honest, no, I have not. I do remember watching a video, though, about a dude in the UK that couldn't complete a driving test unless he was drunk. But they still didn't give him his license. What's the goal of Mortalsludge? To keep it entertaining until the Dino update releases. But we're trying to build machines. So probably wreck my frame rate, actually. Because machines tend to hurt your frame rate. Stormwolf, beard or no beard, please. Let me know. Waiting on you, bud. No beard? Okay. You get stint that then. Salve carry. Storm does not have feelings of emotional attachment and has never felt even a moment's connection with another being. My God. It would be very funny if this dwarf got adopted by a dozen cats. She can be very happy and optimistic and relies on the advice of others during decision making. She's very curious and sometimes to her detriment, and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Slow to anger and is slow to trust others. She is very humble and tries to keep her things orderly. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She does not go out of her way to help others and is troubled by this because she respects sacrifice. She likes to brawl and always takes a deep breath when she's surprised. She lowers her eyes when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of a great work of art and personally finds sacrifice to be the highest of ideals, thinks that it is the utmost importance to present a bold face or never grouse or complain or even show emotion. She deeply dislikes competition, finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and values self-control. Likes rock salt, bismuth, and heliodor, and green glass, and peach-faced lovebird tooth, as well as crossbows and shields, and animal traps and reindeer for their large herds, and cave crocodiles for their strength, and the sight of the sable of blossom, when possible, prefers to consume giant bat and clownfish, and rhubarbs and pineapple wine, and Tef, and absolutely hates toads. Sorry, Toady One. She's married to Mark. How did that happen? Well, I mean, good for you, Mark, I guess. Is married to Mark. I mean, that's probably why. I don't know if it says more about her or Mark. She's also very happy, so. Shane O'Neill in YouTube chat says, me and my old flatmate used to connect wacky conspiracy tracks in the 1990s, and there was an amazing pinup board where crazy people would pin up rants about various conspiracies. You know, I like conspiracies for the same reason that controversy is fun. I don't like it when it gets too real and it hurts people. You know? Like, if somebody wants to be like, aliens existed on Earth before our ancient species and they created us. You know what? Honestly, whatever makes you happy, go nuts. When they're like, modern archaeology is a lie, I'm like, hang on a second. Like, do you get the distinction? Like, the archaeologists are lying to you. It's like, no, they're not. They also want, like, aliens to have built everything before we did, because that would be a wild discovery and would probably make them very rich if they were able to find actual proof of it. Problem is they haven't. Although, the thing that I do feel about a lot of conspiracy theories, and this is a known thing about me, is a lot of, not all conspiracies, but a lot of conspiracies, I genuinely believe and feel that anybody who believes in them as a matter of fact, without any questioning, have never worked in any kind of management or in anything that requires keeping a secret, especially in the modern world. It's like, oh, so you've never worked in PR then? Like, you know, you've never been told by a company, this can't leak? Because my God, if Nintendo can't fucking keep shit quiet, do you really think that the government can? About a lot of things? Not everything, but about a lot of things. Especially the really silly ones. Like the, you know, like the people who say that the moon landing was fake. Although people were saying that the moon landing was fake, like 6 years after the moon landing, there was books being published about that. I think if you've conditioned yourself to fall for conspiracy theories, not a Prinny in YouTube chat, then you are conditioned to fall for more. I mean, I also have seen Wallace and Gromit dead because. It's because the aliens gave the government special teeth implants to keep people quiet. Okay, but hold on. Sidebar. What about deaf people in sign language? I'm just saying. And if you can't speak, why no grab pen? Or typey. I mean, parts of the internet are certainly dead. Yeah, I mean, I don't even think dead internet theory is a conspiracy at this point. It's just kind of a fact for parts of the internet. I mean, certainly. It's also really annoying and dumb, but it can be scary in certain situations, punch elves. I think, like, there are certain things that aren't, like, there's conspiracy theories that are just damaging, like Flat Earth, as an example. And then there's conspiracy theories, and then there's anti-intellectualism. And I kind of put a line down the middle. Like, to me, the dead internet theory, especially for certain parts of the internet, is a conspiracy theory, but also a very believable one. Especially because, like, it's rapidly becoming true. Birds aren't real is satire anti-intellectualism, right? Like, you know, like a lot of the stuff that Alex Jones has said, borderlines on anti-intellectualism. Why didn't the USSR deny it? Because people who are saying that the moon landing is fake don't really, like, aren't very internationally thinking, shall we say. Stukos the Miner has created a limestone grate. Ooh, and claims it as a family heirloom. Where should I put it? So that it doesn't lag and crash the Earth. Sorry, just reading the concept of lagging and crashing the Earth is very funny. Where's your bedroom, Stukos? I'll just give it to you. You can just have it. You know, yesterday's stream, we got a bunch of different, like, goblins and shit trying to kidnap kids. Nothing today. Today's been quiet. I mean, Dwarf Fortress does have billions of spiders. I'm looking at YouTube chat and I just see, where do birds go at night? This is reminding me of I can't remember if it was a Reddit thread or like a screenshot of a Reddit thread of a person talking about a story where they called their professor who talks about animal biology, their biology professor, and very drunkenly asking over the phone, do hummingbirds have legs? And then the teacher being like, yes? Question mark? I don't know why that's reminding me of, do hummingbirds have legs, but... I mean, do they? Yes. Yes, they do. They just fold them up against their body into their feathers when they're flying. It's like, go to YouTube and type in owl walking. Maybe more disturbing, actually. Actually, let's not do that. Let's do that. Change my mind twice in like a sentence. It's just like how swimmers shave their heads for aerodynamics. Dude, the chimpanzee war thing is fucking nuts. I've heard about that. It's truly insane. Owls are the stupidest birds. Looking wise and being wise do not same thing. Owls look really wise, but they're not very smart. Although a lot of birds aren't. Corvids are smart, but not a lot of birds are smart. I mean, have you seen a friggin' winter wren walk up to a cat and be like, hello, what are you, bop? Yeah, no, I tend to agree. Owls are really cool looking. Big fan of owls. Although some of the most disturbing real-life death I've seen in my life have been owls. Like eating shit. Like if you find an owl eating lunch, ugh. It's grim. 40%, 60%. More like 58% legs and the rest everything else. 100% feather. Yes. There's a Linkin Park lyric for this, I think. A lot of floof in an owl. A lot of floof and extra poof. So this is going to be my prison. They are going to get maximum misting, but potentially not anything else. And they might also fight and kill each other, so let's see how this goes. Hydrodynamics? I know more about audio dynamics than hydrodynamics. Fight pit machine? I mean, it might cause that. I don't even think you don't even need to joke to say that. Like, that might just happen. This is the reconditioning machine, if nothing else. We got Morians, we've got our microcline. How you doing today, Laya? I don't actually think I said hello to you. You almost lost your streak? Hello! Work is killing you? Oh no! Tell work to stop. Trying to kill you. That doesn't seem very polite of work. Because there's no land predators? Wasn't that the same for dodos? It's like you could just walk up to them and strangle them? There was a very poorly worded news thing that went out a couple years ago here in BC where it said that, where it was worded in such a way where it looked like you could hunt birds in public parks. Not true. Can't do that. Don't do that. Very illegal. Anyway, some dude decided to like walk into a public park and just start strangling geese. I don't know why that's what I thought of when you were just like, when they have no land predators. Well, just doing some work and watching the stream. Cheers. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying your work. How many years do you think it takes to tame a dragon or a hydra? You cannot tame a dragon or a hydra. You can only tame the babies. So if you have a dragon or a hydra, you can train it so that it's very, very well trained, but you can never truly tame it. You have to tame the next generation. Geese do have land predators, certainly. They're also ballsy. I mean, hummingbirds have land predators, I presume, and I've been attacked by a hummingbird. I was a little bit too close to a nest once. I thought I was going to die. It was terrifying. It was like getting attacked by the world's largest bee. Well, bogwater, I would argue that they're air predators. Also, bogwater, I don't know if I told you this, but you inspired me to do something. I named my my sourdough starter bogwater. So, if you didn't know that, now you do. Although, then it had a child because my mom wanted some of it, so now it is the bog father. And then my mom has baby bog. And the bog father will give you a dough that you can't refuse. Now you are aware. A whole bog lineage? Oh yeah, no, I have like a whole list of possible names for future like descendants of bog. I've got like SpongeBog, which could work. I've got Boggy Knights. There's all kinds. Also, and ad breaks running, so I'm gonna pause the game. The ads are done. Have these birds in Australia called mudlarks. I've heard of mudlarks. They're tiny little black and white cute birds that are basically flying honey badgers and will pick fights with anything and anyone. Yeah. I'm convinced that Kias, the parrot, are actually just cats in bird format, because cats will just like see a thing and bump into it and be like, oh, it moves, weird. And then they see if they can move it more because they're just surprised that it moves, and then they knock everything off the table. Whereas Kias will just like realize that if they peck at something, they can pull pieces off of it, and then we'll just deconstruct the car. Good thing they don't have thumbs. So I will read this when the ad is done, but there's a thing in Twitch that I want to respond to, because I have a very honest response to it. Not a human says, what's stopping me from putting sourdough starter in a field and feeding it until it covers the planet? The sun and evaporation, because it would dry out, die. That's what's stopping you. Sentient potato. Congratulations, you used to be rich. Check, can I get a big round of beers for the old sentient potat? The sentientest of the potats. If it has moisture in it, anything can dry up. So doing it in a cave, the sourdough starter could take over the planet. I mean, I've seen Boy and His Blob. I'm sure it could work like that. All right, so now that I built a dungeon, I need to build a captain of the guard's quarters. Where it can oversee the other side. Maybe this side too. Maybe just nuke this. Make underneath it a bedroom. Oh, I have it set to auto, that's why. Yeah, Diamond has a good point. We need to create the sourdough ender. I feel like... Did anybody here ever play that game? Not the goop. It's the G something, but it's like big piles of blob. No, not grunts. Not Gish. I want to say nobody played it, mostly. No, not Grey Goo. Not World of Goo. The Gunk. That was close. The Gunk. It's like a third-person science fiction action adventure people game where there's gunk everywhere and you have to degunk the gunk to beat gunk. I don't know. It's by Image and Form, the people who made SteamWorld and SteamWorld Dig. It was like $2 on sale
Red
recently,
team.
so don't get it off sale. It's also quite expensive. Uh-oh. And now it's playing the trailer. Dear Steam, why do you do that to me? Stop it. My YouTube chat is conspiring to take over the world with a sourdough starter. This seems like a subplot line in a kid's cartoon that's like sneakily designed to teach kids how to bake. The Forgotten Beast, Zokong, not Wukong, Zukong, maybe Shukong? I don't know, has come. A great scaly spider. It has a curling trunk and a gaunt appearance. Its amethyst scales are blocky and set far apart. Beware its poison bite. Holy shit, that's scary. Oh, look, and there's another beast right there. Bite, 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 bite. On screen, please. Or don't. Wait for it to be on sale, though, because they do put it on sale for a couple bucks every now and again. It's pretty short, Optron. It's one of those games that, like, launched on Game Pass, and a lot of people are like, this is great on Game Pass, because it's, like, 5 hours long or something. Man. That's a shame. It's just a big aphid, but because it's a spider, it would have webs. And I have to make a farmer's guild. Uncooked for too long and then decided to eat it right away. Decided to eat it anyway. I mean, when I make bread, I start it the night before. I leave it out on the counter overnight, half mixed with water and flour, and then I add the other half of the flour in the morning. It's like starter, flour, water the night before, mix it, let it sit overnight. Next morning, add the rest of the flour, like punch, mash, stretch, whatever, let it rise several times, and then bake it that evening. So it's like, I don't know, it spends like an hour, like 24 hours on the counter before I bake it. Yeah, I baked a loaf of bread yesterday. When I say I'm going to punch my dough on stream, I mean it. It's not a euphemism. I saw your video where you have a dragon worm. Hell yeah, Nimarus. And saw you had an underground river powering your water wheels. How did I manage the underground river? Channel into the aquifer a bunch until enough water comes out to make a river. It's literally how I did it. I just dug into the aquifer. So this right here is going to be an office. This is going to be assigned to a dwarf who's going to be my captain of a gird. Let's go with Kogan. Kogan, you can have... this cool gem as your item. And you are going to be assigned to this spot. I have to gird and Farquaad need to be interrogated. Witness this happen. Yeah, what Smoking Top Hat said as well. Hello, Emily. Hope you're doing well. Pretty young captain, though. 21 years old. Wouldn't it be grand to just take my life off and do nothing for the rest of my days? That's called being a cop, kid. You have the job now. Enjoy it. And now that he has the all-seeing gem of eyeballs, Athonistal Stellodoridium, or whatever, you can now go and do the interrogate. So the first person we're interrogating is Gerd, because Gerd got beaten up by somebody once. No information was revealed. Dang it. Now we're gonna go interrogate Barquid. Also, hello, Weed. How are you? Sometimes, you know, you just gotta, like, sit on the edge of a table. Dwarves do all kinds of things on the table, okay? All kinds of things. Vampire? No. I've just had a dwarf that's been tantruming a little bit. So I'm building a prison to do that, and I'm just confirming that they did the crimes because they all, like, have no witnesses because I had no cop when they were committed. That's all. Write a letter to your parents. That's an activity. Emily. Of course I've seen them, and I have... See? This is what I'm talking about. Have you seen the playthroughs where people do runs as elves instead of dwarves? Yeah, no interest. Because that's literally just slightly weaker dwarves with no different mechanics, and they don't need alcohol, which is boring. It's like, make the game less mechanically interesting, is all that does. So I have no interest in playing as things that aren't dwarves until they add things that aren't dwarves mechanics. Like, I feel like people who do that don't actually realize the fact that they're just playing a less interesting version of the same game mechanically, and mechanics are what make this game fun to me. Let us play as gnomes. I mean, I guess. Also, how many cages and chains do I need total? 8 of 13. Got it. No, it won't, because elves aren't going to be a vanilla playable race with myths and magic. Playing Dwarf Fortress with elves as a primary race won't be interesting until there is reason for you to play as elves that isn't just, oh, they look different. Like, quite literally, like, that's my line there. I don't see it as interesting and won't. Confess to disorderly conduct. Okay. This is also some decent speech training, persuader, and etc. I discussed their problems with me. An acquaintance discussed their problems with me. Well, I guess you're acquaintances. Also just chit-chatting. So now, almost all of them are done. That's not a limitation. Cryo, Drosta. Because if you mod the game to play as elves, which is the only way to play as elves as the primary faction, the game is still just Dwarf Fortress. So that would be a self-implied limitation, meaning you're just playing dwarves where you decide, I'm not going to cut wood, and that is a self-imposed limitation. So if you want to do that as elves, with the game modded so that you're playing as elves, you're just playing as dwarves where you've decided not to cut wood that don't need alcohol. I could just do that with dwarves and have a more interesting run, because I still need to make alcohol. One of the biggest needs for wood, especially in the early game, is barrels. Why would I want to just play a less interesting version of the same game with a self-imposed challenge that I could just do anyways? Have fun making beds without wood? I've literally done forts without ever cutting down wood. Like, the first year kind of sucks, and then after that, it's just import wood from everybody, and you're swimming in wood. Just don't make barrels out of wood. Like, literally, like, I've never had a problem with that. Like, that is not even remotely challenging. Like, no. No, I think in order for me to be interested in playing as elves, I would need mechanics to be built specifically for playing as elves. And what I mean by that is I would need the game to account for things like asking the trees to grow you specific furniture. When they add that as a mechanic, which as far as I know is planned, then I'm interested. Until that point, I don't care. Same goes for humans, same goes for everything. So here's the thing. I'm not a human. You can decorate a bed with green glass. So if you decorate a bed with green glass, it'll be considered a green glass bed. I had a noble once ask me to make a brass bed. I decorated it with brass and gave it to them. The problem with that mechanic is simply wording. The wording is really bad. Goblin Fortress is even worse because they also don't need to sleep or eat. Playing as goblins sucks. Like, you don't need to make alcohol, you don't need to make beds, you don't need to make anything. It's like playing a Vampire Fortress, but, like, minus the boredom. But, like, but accentuate the boredom. Like, when there's specific mechanics made for specific races, then I'll be like, yeah, that's fun. It's sometimes fun to, like, try to manipulate the game into having, like, portions of other populations in your fort. But that's not, like, what people are asking. People are saying modding the game so that they play as other factions. That's like the least interesting way to play this game. There's a lot of things that I think people, like, there's a lot of mystique about this game and a lot of stories that people tell about this game. And I do honestly think that there's a lot of people who've made videos and talked about this game who haven't played very much of it. And I realize that I can say that as somebody who's played an absurd amount of this game. Like, I am just in a ridiculously silly place for the amount of time that I've spent playing this game. So my perspective is maybe a little bit warped because of how much time I've put into this game. But there is a lot of content about this game that promotes really not fun ways to play it. Like, genuinely. Goblins are evil because they are mind-controlled by demonic entities and literally come from hell. That's why goblins are evil. So what do you think of my prison, chat? Hopefully it helps. I wonder if it would be beneficial to set it as part of the Languishing Whim. But, like, set this to be like that. But this dwarf can just sit here and pray the whole time that they're in prison. We'll try that. Because this dwarf just really wants to pray to their god. This is about as good as I can make this prison. I am definitely making a mistake. I feel like Dwarf Fortress is just a mistake generator. Like, this game is a mistake generator. Like, that's... It's like, losing is fun. That's because it's a mistake generator. It's a misgenerator, not a mistake generator. That's a funny typo. There we go. Now we have enough bits and pieces. You can bring prepared cow brain. Everybody gets happy thoughts. Wonder if incompetently performing the rites of the denomination of Beatles. Oh. You're a fan of the Beatles, I guess. I need to make a farmer's guild. Just gonna place over here. I mean, I'm trying to make them happier, so. Well, I mean, the problem is now random other dwarves are going to go there to pray, but I'm just kind of hoping it's small enough that they don't do too much of that, but we'll see. I've also made temples into taverns before so that alcohol gets delivered to the dwarves in prison. Which is, like, actually not a bad one to do. I feel like a mistake generator, Everblue, is just a switch that sits in your livestock pen that just opens a bunch of random bridges scattered around the fortress. Everblue, like, that's a mistake generator to me. Your first steam fort died because the cistern that you used for the hospital well was made temporarily a boulder was made improperly, and a boulder got stuck in the floodgate. Oh, and it flooded the fortress. Yep. Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it. That'll indeed do it. Actually, why don't I just go up to here? Just do stairs. Do I have elven neighbors? None that are super close, although I don't really have any neighbors that are super close. I have these goblins that live in this cave right here that I'm at war with, and that's basically it. Like, the nearest elves are all the way up here, which are apparently at peace with me. I don't know. They're pretty far away. I think they're at war with these dwarves, though, who I'm allied with, which is my previous faction, because I started a war with them right before the end. Is everyone assigned to mine? Not everybody, just a lot of people. My previous fortress, basically everyone was assigned to mine. And so a lot of the dwarves that show up in this fortress are already assigned to mine and show up with pickaxes. So it's kind of just the result of my last fortress in this faction being, like, very heavy on the miners. Have to get back to work. You have a good day at work? Don't work too hard. Tell your boss I said you get an extra 25-minute break. And if your boss asks who the heck am I and what jurisdiction do I have, say union rep. And that'll be $3.50. That's the fee. Thanks. Bad habit you have is not making more pickaxes and wheelbarrows and then wondering why mining is so slow? When did we unionize? Yesterday when I said so. Congratulations. I feel like me asking for union fees is probably a crime, so I will just state, I am not a union rep. This is a joke. Please subscribe to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL because it helps me pay my mortgage. Thank you. And I name a bearded dwarf William. Does that look like a William to you? Union donations asterisk. I named my company Union. I have an LLC called Union Entertainment. And donations is the term that we use, TM, for our trademarked ability to tip us. Yes, definitely. I'm trying to think, how could I like walk this back and not? Because like there's a lot of issues with like saying donations when it's definitely not donations, it's definitely tips. William Schmilliam Billiam Blillium is only interested in facts and the real world. He cracks easily under pressure. He's very curious when it sometimes to his detriment, and is trusting and likes a little excitement now and then. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he tends to avoid crowds. He prefers that everyone present himself as he prefers to present himself modestly. He is brave in the face of imminent danger, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. Why am I running out of alcohol? Concerning. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. They need to make another bucket brigade. He personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others and doesn't particularly respect commerce. He likes Illinite as well as Laputer and Indigo Tourmaline and shields, coffins, and figurines, donkeys for their stubbornness, and when possible prefers to consume purple amaranth beer and pig's milk, and absolutely hates worms. His hair is somewhat greasy, and he has a medium-length beard which is braided. He worships Lycott and has several friends in the fort, and is a former member of a miners' guild and a nomadic group, and is a member of the Company of Heart, the current miners' guild. I'm gonna not flood my fortress. So if you think that I'm flooding my fortress, I am not flooding my fortress. Do not believe the slander. It is not true. This is actually the complete opposite of flooding my fortress. I know it might look like I'm flooding my fortress, but remember, I'm not flooding my fortress. Your friend loves his new dwarf. Say hi to William for me. Shout outs to Vlad, who looked like he was going to fall into the water for a second there. I'm going to fill this up with some water. Can farm here. I'm not flooding my fortress. That's a lie. And that dog broke my construction. What are you doing, dog? Less and less convincing? We're stuck in an ad break, so I'm going to pause the game. Why do I design my forts so well? I think they're really poorly designed, but I try to not build the same thing twice. That's more or less it. I feel like that's Bogwater. Are you in an ad? You're probably in an ad. I need to answer that question. Bogwater's probably in an ad. That's all I have until the ads are done. It's just weird shouting sounds of rumble, etc. Also, as a reminder to everybody, I know the YouTube channel's been doing very well recently, so I'm not really complaining. But I do make a living because people tip me, and I make a living because people help keep this channel funded by throwing bits and subs, etc. at twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. I do have a daily minimum, which we are nowhere near close to today. The daily minimum basically means if I stream for 8 hours, I make minimum wage for the amount of time that I streamed that day. If you want to help me hit the daily minimum today, we are currently $105 US away from the daily minimum. Like, not even a third of the way there. So if you want to help keep me hitting the daily minimum, consider subscribing to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. Or don't. I don't know. Twitch won't let you? Does Twitch no longer operate in Poland or something? I'm actually like mildly curious as to why. Thanks for checking out a gifted membership, Best Eater's Bestie, in YouTube chat. You have no payment method available. Sounds like you would need to go into your settings and assign a payment method, like a PayPal account or a credit card. But Gilroy, my boy, thank you very much for the first notification of money on Twitch since PaxMac an hour and 20 minutes ago. How do you forget about it? Like, I feel like seeing an advertisement is a very good way to, like, a very fast reminder for me on most things. Also, Swamp Things Thang, thank you very much for the 3rd month with Prime as well. There's 2 of you, both 3 months. I'm not flooding my fortress. I'm simply moving some water here so that we can farm better. Okay? Do not panic. The dwarves are good at swimming anyways. And Eurus, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. Water, water everywhere. I told you I'm not flooding my fort. Do not panic. Also, Eric, thanks for the $1. Also, that is the first type train of the stream. I'm not flooding the fortress. This is slander and a lie. I am, however, refilling the pool. That is not a joke, nor slander, nor a lie. That is just truth. The pool must be refilled. I must maintain maximum water supply. There we go. The pool is now full. Looks pretty flooded. I mean, it's drying up now. Thanks for the $1, Penny. Aragorn, appreciate you. It needs 4 subscriptions or $17 in bits to level up. Thank you, regardless. Is it possible to clean up mud? If you, like, build a floor on top of it or smooth it. I'm just gonna engrave it. and then smooth these, or actually just... Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Mud is a weird one, because you kind of don't want to clean it up. Like, if they auto-cleaned it the same way they clean other things, it would actually cause a lot of problems. Because then you'd have to, like, re-mud your farms constantly if you were farming this way. Which would be obnoxious. You wouldn't mind a mud clean designation tool? I wouldn't either. That'd be cool. You have a good one, Weed. We'll see you later. Hold up. I gotta catch up. Devil Dawn with the 5-pack. Kilroy, my boy. Kilroy, my boy. The definitely not a tongue twister name. Thanks for the 41 pennies. And Dead Because, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. Bogwater, thank you very much for receiving a gift from Lanix. Thanks for being around and for inspiring me to name my sourdough starter Bogwater. Even though it made my mom grimace when she asked how my starter was doing. Smoking Top Hat, thank you very much for resubscribing for a second month. Welcome back. Hey, Jim. Your wonderful legacy. I mean, honestly, naming a sourdough start is a pretty good legacy, if you ask me. How good is this dwarf at swimming at this point? Little novice. Not the fastest swimming machine, is it? And also, how's this dwarf doing? By this dwarf, I mean the one who's actually in prison. Old Dord. Not too good. Hopefully that helps. And you're in traction, your ability to grasp is lost. Ooh, that's pretty bad. How's that? Probably get hit by a minecart. If I were to bet. Also, investments are open if you care. Oh. Maybe you got a bug or something? Are you using a weird web browser? Anything I could think of? I don't know. It's entirely possible that there's something that you have or it won't allow you to do, but you don't need to give me money. You're here enough. Like, trust me, all of my whining and being like, hey, chat, give me money, is just, it's literally part of the job description, but it's not a requirement to watch. By part of the job description, I mean, like, I you know, unfortunately, we live in this capitalist society where I need to be an internet e-beggar in order to, like, largely pay my bills because I don't have sponsorships. And that just kind of is the reality. It's like you're one or the other. You're either a corporate shill or an e-beggar. And maybe not limestone, use sandstone. I have 3 colors. Nice and varied. A digibard, sure. win the lottery? I don't gamble. That's hard. Actually, I feel like that's hard is a legitimate response to win the lottery. Although I kind of feel like I did win the lottery, to be honest. Like, getting to stream this game for a living is almost as good. Maybe if not better, because I also am not just a dude who won the lottery. You know? Like, I get to feel like I earned something. I was like, I am doing great. Like, it's just... You know. If one more person has a Prime subscription or a resub or 58 cents in bits, we could level up that train to another level. It has 28 seconds left. So if you have a Prime sub or a resub or 58 cents in bits, you could level up a train. Just saying. It's going once. Going twice. Wow. You cleared it. You left it right down to the line there, guys. You had me stressed out. Aragorn, thanks for the 59 cents. Zelen, thanks for the Prime. Smoking Top Hat, thanks for the gift. Appreciate ya. Usually when that happens and people leave it right to the last second, it just times out. And somebody, like, runs it at the last second and then it doesn't make it through. And they're like, no! Farmers Guild. The hype train continue, this is true. Saved by the Aragorn, possibly, yeah. Hey, YouTube folks, if you guys want to participate, just post the beers emoji. We're just taking slow. Trust me, I've seen people intentionally try to leave it to the last minute and then miss it before. So. But thank you very much. You're like, I have enough bits for this. I can do this. All right. Farmers Guild has been established and satisfied. So this is now a Farmers Guild. Smexcellent. And I'm going to make rock pot. 250. I'm gonna make them out of limestone. But I'm also gonna have to dig up more limestone. To make messed up animal portraits through word of mouth like ancient civilizations did? What do you mean messed up animal portraits? You mean like very inaccurate drawings of people kind of deal? Like I could throw another... Tavern party training. Angel Matt, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you. Also, Dead Because, thanks for the $1 as well. Thank you, chat. You guys have done a ton. Appreciate you. The guy who saw the giraffe and the one who knew how to draw were also very different. Also, the guy who saw the giraffe was very bad at describing things. Yeah, okay, I know what you mean. Yeah, there's a lot of like under the hood systems that I don't think a lot of people would immediately notice that would be awesome additions to Dwarf Fortress. You could almost call that like an addition to like the rumors system. I feel like since like doing YouTube more seriously, you get a little bit more cred as like somebody who makes a thing. It's actually kind of interesting, like the perception that people have of streamers versus the perception that people have of YouTubers. Like, I refer to myself as an internet panhandler because it's like a very old joke, streaming. Especially like more recently, I think the lines have been blurred again. But like, if you say that you're a YouTuber, people generally assume one of two things. They usually immediately assume that you either make like cool videos or you're a political pundit. If that makes any sense, if you understand the difference. If you say that you're a streamer, people just assume that you're a bad person. Like, I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain, but there's a lot more crappy connotations, I think, with being a streamer than a YouTuber by default. You're a content farmer? I don't know. I try to explain it to people like I'm running a cable access show, but how accurate of a scripter that is. My own radio show. Thank you very much for the 17 subscriptions and the $5.01. Appreciate you. I'll let you guys know how close we are to the daily minimum in a little bit once it's updated. Do ads get me a lot of money? An average stream on YouTube gets me like 12 to 15 bucks. An average stream on Twitch makes a little bit more than that, usually closer to 20. Obviously there are days where I make like 25, 30 plus dollars, but that's pretty rare. Like, there'd need to be a lot of people watching the YouTube stream. Like if there's like 200 people watching a YouTube stream, an 8-hour YouTube makes me like 25 bucks maybe. If I do an 8-hour stream on Twitch with about 200 people watching, I'll make a little bit more because Twitch pays better for the ad revenue. Like dollar per ad per viewer is better on Twitch. So not a ton. It's not that some people tainted the well, it's the people that taint the well are huge. Is usually the issue. On Twitch and YouTube, there's also turbo revenue on Twitch and YouTube Premium revenue. Through YouTube Premium, I get an additional, like, I don't know, like a couple, like about 30% of the ad revenue, because it is counted just as at a glance as ad revenue. About 30% of it usually comes from Premium. That's like 25 to 30% depending on how long the thing is. Like as an example, on a video that's 8 minutes long, usually like 10% of the revenue will come from YouTube Premium. Whereas if I upload a video that's like an hour long, 30-ish, 35%-ish comes from YouTube Premium because it gets more the longer the video. But far and away, the vast majority of my income comes from Twitch subs and bits. Most months. This month, like as in my paychecks next month, YouTube might do better than Twitch, but that's because the dragon video that I released is the most watch time and the most views my YouTube channel has gotten since Dwarf Fortress released. Like I actually like was, I think, 50 hours less than release day of Dwarf Fortress with that one video because it like recommended all my other big long videos. People went and watched a bunch of those. So like, yeah. Are the dwarves not getting hit? Because they're going very slowly, so the dwarves are just stepping out of the way. It's training their dodging too. You know, see? If they fall asleep in front of them, that might hit them. That would probably hurt them. So every now and again, like a dwarf shows up. Like, let's see if any of them are smeared with blood. It used to show minecart kill counts, and I do really miss that. But no, they're not smeared with blood. So, like, yeah. I mean, they may also be getting clean here. Like, it's like, yeah, you know, like stepping out of the way of a bicycle. Although, I don't know, bicycles can go pretty fast, actually. It's really hard to tell. I mean, 40% of the people who watched my dragon videos had never watched one of my videos before. So I think like what happened mostly, like when I put out a big video that does well, it brings old players back to the game. Like that just kind of happens. I think what happened, if I were to guess, I think I just broke containment a little bit. Like, it is still the fastest view gaining. Like, it's slowed down quite a bit now. Like, it's not doing anywhere near as crazy numbers as it was a couple days ago, but like, it is still my fastest growing video ever. Like, I've never had a video get views that quickly before. So it's definitely broken a few records for my historic achievements, I guess, when it comes to like speed of growth for videos. The last video that I had that did somewhere near this was the Gremlin video, but this one did an order of magnitude better because I've uploaded so many other videos since the Gremlin video, right? Like when I uploaded the Gremlin video, there was what? Like I didn't have the Vampire Fort video. I didn't have the Following a Vampire for 10 Years video. I didn't have the sequel to the worst map video. Like there's a lot of videos I just hadn't made yet. So there's just a lot more things for other people to get recommended and go watch after they watched that video. So like that's the kind of crazy thing about when a video does really well, when you have a lot of long stuff that does well just kind of ongoing into the future. Also, I know drinks are getting low. But or from that, once farming gets rolling over here. Like, let me see if I can show you guys an image without just like showing stuff I don't want to show. Screen kappa thing. Well, it does not recommend me or other videos. What's weird is it, like, in some ways did worse than other videos I've uploaded in recent history. Like, it had a much worse click-through rate than other videos I've uploaded recently, and amongst other things, but... Here. So this is... Watch time is just significantly more dramatic than views. I'll show you guys watch time. You know, fuck it. Keep in mind, there is money on this screen. It's in Canadian dollars. It's before I've paid taxes on it. And, yeah. Keep that in mind. And also, this is over the last year. I have to put those two statements in before I show money on screen. But, like, watch time is ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. Same with views. Like, a lot of these are shorts. Like, they don't really mean anything. But watch time is ridiculous. Like, this was when I uploaded the boat murdered video. This was the one tile start. That was the Following a Vampire for 10 years. That was the mermaid video. That was the farming sea serpents video. Like, that's subscribers. That one's actually way funnier to me. This is in 48 hours. Like, it's not doing bad at all. It's slowed down a lot. I mean, that number said 60,000 like 2 days ago. So, like, it's slowed down a lot. But no, I'm not complaining. No, it's quite a bit less because you have to minus or subtract, what's it called? You have to subtract I'm blanking on words. Taxes. So most jobs, like, that would be annual income, sure, but that's pre-taxes. I pay about 24% of my annual income in taxes. Not counting other taxes I pay, but that's just like federal and provincial. Like, I'm doing quite well, for clarity. Which is why if you can't afford it, please don't subscribe. Period. Just hang around until our merch giveaway happens and try and win it. Also, Casual, how you doing? Breeding Dragon Army. Yeah, maybe it's the title, I don't know. You know, it was it's brutal, but it's fine once you get used to it. Madam Pestilence. I think it's Madam Pestilence. Or Madame? Madame? I'll just call you Pestilence. I don't know how to say the first half of your name. Scout Pie has been found dead. What? Oh, it finally happened. It finally happened. Somebody finally died to a minecart. I wonder how that happened, because, like, you must have fallen asleep, like, right there. That's all I can think. Holy shit. Don't nap on the train tracks. I mean, it's pretty logical knowledge. He lost. Yeah, she did lose Frogger. Well, time to build another tomb. That's grim. Honestly, it's probably better than the odds of, like, living in a city with cars in it. I did have a dwarf get pretty mortally wounded twice. I had two dwarves receive, like, one received, like, just major injuries, and then during the construction of this, somebody got smacked pretty badly. But that was it. I did also have somebody drown in the swimming pool. But I don't know. I think that just comes with the with the territory of having a swimming pool. You know, someone's gonna drown in it eventually. No, this dwarven fortress isn't in the U.S., so we don't have OSHA, but we do have WorkSafe BC. So I'm sure someone's going to send a complaint. I did make it out of wood, so it's lighter. I could have made it out of a heavier material. Update the days since sign. Man, I wish we could make signs. Also, some migrants have arrived, so it can't be that bad. Come on. Got a trapper. I got some cats. Some reindeer. Dwarf dreams of mastering a skill. Finds those that develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful. So you're going to find your wife distasteful. Got it. I'm just throwing dwarves into the military, so Beekeeper? It's glumprong wood. It only exists in evil biomes. They don't have leaves, and they don't produce fruits. How did I that water wheel? Oh, yeah. I'm assuming you're not in an ad, or are you in an ad? I'll repeat myself in 55 seconds. English and French pronunciations? Yeah, I feel like I would just screw it up constantly. Although the number that's really kind of making me happy right now when it comes to YouTube is this number. Because this is in 90 days. This is in the last year. This might be the biggest bump in subscribers I've gotten since September. Which is crazy because that wasn't a patch. It wasn't an update. That was the patch. And so, like, this was the last video that I had that really brought in a bunch of subscribers all at once. It's been so long since I got a ton in a short window of time. I'm starting to think I wasn't going to hit 100,000 this year. I'm probably still not going to, unless, like, Myths and Magic is huge, but I would like a silver play button. So there is pink wood. Brano, there's glumprong wood, which is this stuff. It's only in evil biomes. So there's some. So I made those water wheels by using glumprong wood. That's how I did it. Accomplished gem cutter. We'll go continue being an accomplished gem cutter. Or a weaponsmith. Ooh. Oh, only novice. Never mind. Whatever. From mastering a skill. Vicious. Brave. Having no interest in material goods. All right, get in the military. That's a keep. Mr. Potter. Mastering a skill. Handle stress, you'll be fine. Mechanic. Value self-control. Doesn't handle stress well. Can't afford it. I mean, I'm not very numbers driven, but I think everybody likes milestones. Like, I would rather just be consistent as somebody who makes things on the internet, which is what I have been, than, like, seek massive growth. Like, massive growth is nice, but, like, a bit too picky and specific to ever make it easy for myself to just head in that direction, I guess. So, like, I'm much more excited by and interested in, like, slow, steady, sustainable growth. But on top of that, I do want to hit 100,000 subs. Like, I don't really see myself ever hitting 1 million. That would be weird. Something wild would have to happen for that. Or I would need to, like, change what I make, which I don't really want to do ever. Ooh, back-to-back leather workers, hey? You want to practice a skill specifically. That's interesting. But, you know, in a world where, like, Krug Smash has done it, there's a world I could do it. Getting through stuff in adventure mode is probably going to be disappointingly easy unless you have automated minecart systems. Bestie der Spestie. Either impossible or very, very easy. So just be cautious with what you actually set up for that. Oh, this dwarf's already in a squad. It's the one that I just added. I was like, looking at you, I'm like, yeah, you're all key bent? Keyblade, but it's bent. Value cunning. How did I miss what Bogwater requested? Could you name a dwarf the best one? Any dwarf works. Worse the personality, the better. IMO. The best one is completely convinced of his own worthlessness. Has a strong sense of duty, though he still holds the law in disdain. He forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to his detriment. He can handle stress. He tries to do things correctly each time. He tends to avoid crowds and often feels lustful. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Doesn't focus on material goods. Sorry, Bogwater. And occasionally overindulges. He dreams of raising a family and personally hates freedom and would crush the independent spirit wherever it is found. He sees family as one of the most important things in life. It's about family. And does not respect the law. Values cunning. Is that bad enough for you? He likes gold, onyx, crystal glass, and amulets. The words of the page of crystal and the sound of the adorable bell, and when possible prefers to consume sea lamprey, flounder, beet plants, and durian wine, and hates slugs. Okay, I agree with you on the slugs bit. The best. Dwarf wants to learn something and drink alcohol. Previously in one of my other forts. A big-ass migrant wave. Holy shit. This is the best's wife. She lacks confidence in her abilities, is very friendly, always tries to say nice things to others. She forms rare emotional bonds with others and can be very single-minded. Generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and does not have an active sense of humor, and she tends to not reveal personal information. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications and is curious and eager to learn. You seem like a much more normal dwarf than your husband, but okay. I need to check. Might need to actually just make more shields and such. I need to open this up. I may actually lower the population cap a little bit from what it's currently at. Up right now. Because this fort's going to get laggy with all of the machines. And I don't want it to get laggy-er, because then it'll become unpleasant to play. So let's say strict population cap 200, population cap 180. Because it's already lagging quite a bit and it's going to lag more. Okay. Bars. 12 steel bars. Nope. Steel shield. 12. Pig iron. Hematite. Steel. Bars. Let's just make 50. 50. 50. Do it, dwarves. Oh, that's a neat thing. Helping. Watch the Dragons video, really enjoyable watch. Please watch it 3 more times in a row and send it to all your friends. Also, thanks for saying the nice words. Appreciate you, dude. Greetings, salutations, and other bullshit. Hello, Darren. How are you? Okay, so now that I've done like these structures here, I'm going to go over to you. Don't have any microcline. All right, got to go mine some microcline. And then there's the slower one. Then there's this. I'm actually going to more or less just set all of these below here. Oops. Okay. As part of the burrow. It's gonna be like, hey, dwarves, this cool big hole right here. Let's just dig over to that. What the hell's going on? You never knew that we had so many colors of wood. They look great as flooring too. So gonna get rid of all this. Open up the fort a little bit. And also go to you. Make sure everybody's in the burrow. So much dwarf pus. Ugh. Gross. Gross, 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 gross. Also, I need to make a menacing spike. And down here, this I'm going to place into here. And I'm going to go here and say upright spikes. I think is nearest material. Confirms one. So I've done spikes before, but I always for some reason insist on just like fully filling them up with 10 per. But I'm just gonna do one. Just going to do one. And I'm going to make this into a mess. What I mean by that is these are all going to be connected to something that I can enable and disable pretty easily. I'm going to fill this entire section up with steel and iron spikes. I'm going to need a trillion fucking like mechanisms, but it'll be entertaining. I do. How many more I have left? 2. Okay. Oh boy, that's going to take a while. That is going to go take a while. Old Dord Farquaad is still not happy. My channel got you into Dwarf Fortress, says Everblue22 in YouTube chat. You got the Steam version a week ago and you're already more than 50 hours deep. Hell yeah, value for money. The best part about Dwarf Fortress is it's one of those games where you're playing it now. You know there's going to be more. There will always be more. And they're not going to nickel and dime you. That's something that I really like about Dwarf Fortress, is like I actually legitimately trust them to not fuck it up in the future. Whereas, like, with a lot of other games, it's kind of hard to, I don't know, find any kind of confirmation or anything that, like, nothing is going to get screwed up in the future. Could actually just station the livestock down here. Better for the health of something. So these spikes are currently out, but they can retract. So like appear, disappear, appear, disappear, appear, disappear. You can put up to 10 per. And so if something gets knocked off here for some reason, then they land on these spikes. And these spikes will, you know, stab into them. Which would be a good time, I think. It's interesting that putting the spikes in clean up the mud. Huh. I don't know why that's kind of surprising to me, but it kind of is. You mean this stream, Jonadach, or the dragon video? Kind of want to deconstruct all of these now. Build a floor first. Because the mushrooms are kind of bugging me. Can't have muddy spikes now, can we? I mean, I presume we can. But then I would have to go through and individually click on all of these. You know, I would absolutely have to do that. Any other course of action would be purely absolutely unacceptable. I don't know. I'm going to think about it. Someone gets an infection. Yeah, I don't know. It's mostly just the large underground trees that are bugging me. The rest of them are fine. So much dwarf blood. Don't worry about the blood, by the way. It's totally fine and normal. Dwarves just simply get injuries when they get rained on, because the rain causes cutting. Oh, rain that cuts you. Yeah, okay, so the surface is covered in this malodorous sludge, and malodorous sludge causes bleeding and severe bruising when it touches a dwarf. So I shouldn't have to state this too bluntly. It's not very pleasant. So that's it, basically. It doesn't It hasn't killed anybody yet, I don't think. But it does hurt quite a lot, and dwarves aren't really a fan. If only you could harvest and export it? I mean, whenever random people visit here, they get it all over their... They get it all over their bodies. I mean, I basically wasn't able to trade with one of the dwarven factions that tried to trade with me, which was Monsters Mash's faction, the Bolt of Contests, because one of their mules got so injured it just straight up couldn't carry the trading goods. So it has made trading kind of a pain. I'm quite happy with how this tavern has turned out, though. Okay, so you up here. Gonna get all of my squad's training. We're gonna go take a shower first. This is one fucked up, scuzzy, gross well, that's for sure. I'm just gonna make a second well because I think we just honestly need it. Very fancy ass buckets, fancy ass mechanisms. I should actually just like dig out the rest of this and expand my hospital while I'm at it. I'll be back up in 8 minutes and 56 seconds. Diamond. But yeah, I don't know. I get weirdly sentimental sometimes on stream. I think it's just because I've been doing this for so long. But there are some elements of like this channel where I look at it and I'm just like, I don't know how I made it this far. Like genuinely. Like it's always kind of bewildering to me when I see people that are pretty new to this industry and like, or not new to this industry, but like at the top of this industry. And I look at their channels and it's like, oh, wow. Like you made your account in 2022. And I know that that's a long time ago, really, in the grand scheme of things. Especially when it comes to the internet. But for me, like, oh, that was like, that's recent. Like that only just happened. Like, they made their account recently, as far as I'm concerned. And that's starting to really compound a little bit. 2022 is a baby account? Sure, but I've seen multiple people, especially like when people started spilling into Twitch from TikTok and stuff, which are like, oh, this person has 80,000 people watching. And sure, maybe some of them are bots, but like, a lot of them ain't. You streamed for like 5 years straight, but it wore on you? At some point, streaming became like almost Stockholm Syndrome for me. Boomers? Not really. I mean, I'm a millennial. I don't speak for yourself. I ain't gonna accuse myself of being no boomer. That's crazy. Enough that I've lost count over the years. The thing that the ones that I remember today are the ones that show up, become super famous, and were friends with me, and then when they became super famous, I haven't talked to them since. Those are the ones I remember. Which is actually also a pretty large number. I mean, not huge, but like, I could think of maybe a dozen or so. I could also think of a good handful of people who were brand new, became super famous, became somebody, stopped talking to me, and then disappeared. Actually, unfortunately, I feel the need to say unfortunately, but unfortunately, I think a lot of people that I remember who blew up, became famous, and then disappeared around the time NFT grifts were blowing up, because a lot of those people were very plugged into the internet and very early to a lot of that stuff. And so I do remember a good number of people who got like really rich off of the Bored Ape Yacht Club and shit, and just like pieced. Kind of sucks. Janubal, thanks for checking out a 5-pack. Appreciate you. $80,000 people watching is insane though. Like money-wise? I mean, me with my average of 170 viewers on Twitch, I make like, including Twitch Turbo revenue, about $20 in an 8-hour stream. So just do a little bit of math and figure out how much you'd make if you had 80,000 people watching. Well, I mean, I don't personally feel that if somebody made a shit ton of money, cashed out, and vanished from NFTs, I don't think that's a good thing, personally, because that usually means, in the case of like people with an audience, that you used your audience to boost yourself, is usually what that means. So I don't think of that as a good thing. So there is no good way or ending where a content creator makes a bunch of money off of an NFT grift and then disappears. But I know a few people that did that, who made a lot of money and then disappeared. But I'm not going to say that that's in a good way. Diamond. You tried to be inspirational. I mean, I remember when NFTs were exploding, there was a podcast that I listened to quite a bit. And it was a game developer, a guy who used to make YouTube videos but was now just on this podcast, and a YouTuber who makes videos about video games, who still does. And one of the hosts of that podcast started getting weirdly, not preachy, but preachy is the wrong word to use, but like wouldn't stop mentioning NFTs. Like they would come up at some point in every single episode. And the last episode of that podcast, he goes on and on and on about, like, he basically is just like, I need my time to speak. And just like more or less states that like he's quit his job. He's quitting content, period, and just like moving country out of the US to a different country because he was like a bunch of like Bored Apes very early for a couple $1,000s and sold them for a couple $100,000. And like on one hand, good for you, but on the other hand, I don't ever think that's something that personally I would feel good about. And that podcast has never happened since. And shit like that, like you actively participated in a grift where a lot of people lost a lot of money, which is the end game for all of that stuff. And I remember seeing that stuff happening and thinking about it and didn't do it because I was just like, there's no way that this ends well for everybody. Like somebody is going to end with this being completely fucked. Not really. Logwater, I will disagree with that with an asterisk. The person who used to do something creative but now is just on a podcast can be a really sad archetype, but it could also mean that you were somebody who had a pretty like medium-sized audience on YouTube. Maybe you made 15, 20 grand a year off of it. It took 40 hours a week. Now you're married and have 2 kids and a full-time job. A podcast takes an hour and a half a week to do as a hobby with some friends that you made in the industry, or to make a little bit of money on with some friends that you met in the industry, running a YouTube channel is a full-time job, regardless of the money you're making. So like, I disagree with that. I think like if you, yeah, that's what I'll say. I think if somebody is watching your stream, they have a very high value as a viewer. Pestilence in YouTube chat. We have a basic question. Will dwarves use a hospital as well, a hospital well as a generic water source? Yes, but asterisk. This is a hospital water source. I set it as a water source because then they prioritize it. So yes, they will, but I'm more specific about it because it's better for the dwarves as a whole. Also, my hospital is set as a dormitory, so people can sleep in it. So they just use my hospital as like a nap zone. And then you can also be a water source. It can also be assigned to the hospital. They didn't want their Dunning Kagerloids last year. They went up to 50, and it was over 100K for a bit last year. Like 120 in Canadian dollars, which is pretty close to 100K US. I mean, I remember my dad talking about cryptocurrency in 2009 because he read a white paper on it. Just because my dad was interested in tech. And then we looked into how to buy Bitcoin when Bitcoin was like 80 cents or something. And we had to mail a check for $100 to somebody in Ontario. And we were like, you know what? And they would like mail you a hard drive. We were like, you know what? This seems dumb. So we didn't. But you know, hindsight's always 20/20. Like I feel differently about things like Bitcoin versus NFTs specifically. Like when I talk about people getting into an industry like content creation and then getting out and like maybe being shitty about it, I feel very differently about that than I do about like, how do I put this? I feel very differently about that than I do about somebody just investing in cryptocurrency. Like if you're going to use it as a risky asset, okay, sure. If you are in a position to pump up the value of something like an NFT project, if you even want to call it that, I really suddenly question your ethics and like who you are as a person. Because like, it's just like, you know, the people that go to pump.fun and promote that shit. It's like, you're no longer being a valuable, or how do I say this, a honest haver of an audience, I guess. On my cut gems job right now? That's weird. The option I'm looking for. at least. That's what I want. Number of items is at least... Yeah. Available is greater than, you know, greater than 10 and at least, let's say at least 20, greater than 30, make 10. And then we can actually do this. I mean, I know somebody through Twitch who, when you could still mine Litecoin, there was a period of time where a pizza chain in Florida would accept Bitcoin and Litecoin. And I know somebody who went to Full Sail who paid for all of his food in university by just running his PC around the clock. The Forgotten Beast, Zekwasp, Rustastushnas has come, a towering eyeless chinchilla. It is twisted into humanoid form. Has a gaunt appearance, not a great appearance. Gaunt appearance, sky blue hair, which is patchy, and beware its deadly spit. That's interesting. It's injured. Feel something? 6 Crundles? Got injured by Crundles? So you're pathetic. Hello, Flurf. I don't even know how we got on this topic anymore. I've kind of lost the plot, but... I guess what I'm trying to say is I've done this for a really long time, and I've seen people do all kinds of things in this industry. And if you want to make a bunch of money and quit, you know what? Go nuts. But don't use sketchy, unproven business practices or be dishonest about it. At least be honest about it. Just don't be a shitty person. No, started at, like, I've done this for a really long time, and I've known a lot of people who've gotten famous and disappeared. Kind of, I think, where it started. Has protagonist blue hair. Funny. 26 steel bars. Let's do steel disc. 16. And I'll make weapon traps. Three Crundles in a bar fight? Like fighting 3 8-year-olds. Like, there's kind of 2 lines I kind of draw where, like, if you do these 2 things in content creation, I kind of just lose all respect for you. And that's promoting scams or sketchy businesses or promoting gambling. Like, if you get into this industry, get big, and overly promote one of those 2 things, and then get out, I have no respect for you as a person. It's kind of period. Aeronomal, thanks for the 33rd month. Appreciate you. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Aeronomal, keeping that sub alive for 33 months. From my perspective, I want to... And, like, I think more... I said this a couple days ago, but, like, more and more so, I'm doing what I do because I want to pull people out of shitty parts of the algorithms. What I mean by that is, like, when I uploaded that dragon video, literally every single video that was recommending that video the first day were either extremely graphic, like political reaction content, or pretty enraging rage bait content. Because, like, I can see the top 10 videos that people are clicking on my video after watching. I see that for all my videos. The longer a video has been out, the more of my own videos it gets recommended by, or like more niche, like already in the circles of video games it gets recommended by. But like that first 48 hours-ish, they tend to get recommended by other things, especially if a video is doing well. And it really kind of solidified in my brain that like, doesn't really matter to me how well this does for me personally, or how long I do it for. I just want to be able to pull people out of the bad parts of the internet occasionally and just be like, here, have some fucking fiction. Enjoy it. Bah. Whitcode, thanks for the 59th month. Welcome back, dude. As a reminder to anybody who's subscribed on the blog or at a higher tier, sound commands do work again. Fix those. You watch a lot of basketball YouTube, and unfortunately, only sports gambling is giving money, but I like most of the creators, so you just ignore it for the most part. I mean, depending on what you're doing and what your actual business is, that would be like me saying, I can't make a living doing this without taking every single Hoyoverse sponsorship. And every single Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. And every single sponsorship for every single indie game that offers me money. Like if you're in basketball YouTube, I don't know what basketball YouTube entails, but I believe it's probably something similar to like Formula 1 YouTube, where if you're going to a lot of games, yeah, that's expensive. But you can get press passes for things like that. So if you are in the circle already, there are ways to not have to pay to go to a game if it's local, because you can stay at home and then just go. But if you're flying to games, okay, yeah, stuff gets expensive. So if like it's somebody who's following a lot of stuff, then like, yeah, okay, I could kind of see that. If you're talking about like somebody who is doing like third-party coverage of stuff, you don't need to take any of that money, even though it's probably there and it's probably available. I also, there's two commands. I also made sounds a command, actually. So there's annoy me, but there's also sounds. Zoomers and youngsters will talk about the cringe optimism of our generation, millennials, but then I'm cringe and I need to be possible to I need it to be possible to succeed without ruining it for others or yourself. It's because like the Zoomers weren't alive when optimism still was an option. But like, you know, I'm not even like that optimistic. I just want to help. Really. Okay, hold up. So rough gems, furry, it's skeletons. It's always skeletons. By saying Machine Fortress, I'm doing a bunch of stuff with minecarts, automations. Why is there blood down there? I think a dwarf fell down this hole, by the way. So that's not great. Automations and power and stuff. That's what I mean. I don't think that magma carts are particularly viable anymore as a defense. Just minecarts in general, because of the way the baddies work now. If they die somewhere, they walk around that area. And in order for magma carts to work as defense, or any kind of minecart shotguns to work, things need to go somewhere and consistently go there, because you don't have like a wide breadth of defense. It's more like automating things in the fortress, and I'm going to try and do spike pits, but like, I can guarantee you that they'll be even remotely viable or useful or even good. So, but no, I don't have specific goals. The only specific goal that this fort has is I'm going to keep it running until the next update releases. That is the, like, this is literally, the streamer is killing time update. Twiddling my thumbs until the next update releases. That is quite pretty much just about literally it. Sorry to be disappointing or whelming, but walk for breakfast? I ate. Fuck with that. I wish I slept better last night, but I didn't, so can't have everything. Veteran. And that's just 150 pop. That's what machines do. I mean, I think the main eater of my frame rate right now is this. This is 4 minecarts that are pulling water this way. If I pump this out, it'll probably fix the frame rate. I could even test it to find out. But no, machines tend to be real rough on the frames. Not random artifact memories? That's what I thought it was called. Wild. Weird. While still at war, how is even... Did somebody take over it? I mean, that's bizarre. That seems like a bug report. Marcel in YouTube chat. But no, the water flow isn't what's causing it. It's probably this. Probably either this or the pump stack. I could also turn off the pump stack, but that would also then depower a bunch of other stuff. So where are you powered from? Yeah, that would hit an aquifer. I mean, it's playable, but I'm not going to say that the frame rate on this fort's good. No, I mean, when people ask me to do a lot of minecart stuff, like I sometimes say this, but I don't think it often registers. It's like a lot of the automations and like especially the gimmicky stuff like this bullshit and also like mist generators and stuff are horrible in the frames. Like really bad. I'm just going to shut this off and we'll see what actually it does to the frame rate. This is going to turn most of the machines off. Although before I do that, I should probably go here. Don't drown somebody. I just kind of want to prove my theory correct because I've been thinking about this for a little bit. Fortress frame drop, yeah. It's interesting that nobody has engraving. I know that it's set it to everybody. Just get the engraving there done. This is not the most direct walking route. Should really like block this off. Better way down into here. But yeah, pro tip, don't do nonsense like this if you want to have a good frame rate. And if you do nonsense like this, just know that you're abusing bugs and that will wreck your frame rate. Just period. Like if you're doing silly things with minecarts or like really fast dodging of things and such, like that will demolish your frames. There's very little that you'll be able to do about it. So shutting this off is going to shut down the power to everything. Enabling this pump will shut down the power to everything. And I'll be able to tell you real quick if it's just this fort being laggy, or if it is in fact just what I think it is, which is machines. The frame rate currently was 27, 25, 6, 27, 28, 29. It's up to 40 now. Yeah, maybe not. Interesting. It did recover like 10 FPS. I wonder if it's the carp. That would actually be kind of funny. Okay, well, here's an idea. I really, really wish this wasn't so far away from everything. What's up, Desiree? And fuck this fortress and its moods. Just turn off the burrow. Let's open this up. I'm gonna dam some oceans. Or not oceans. I'm gonna dam a river is what I'm gonna do. Also, I just kind of realized a problem with using this as a well. I'm gonna slowly drain this. How's the vomit rain? The vomit is coming from the dwarves. It's not raining vomit. So the rain is more like shrapnel that causes bruising. There is no vomit rain. But the dwarves do vomit when they get out into the rain. Unrelated to the vomit. And also the rain. But how's the rain goo going? I mean, the moods are kind of bad in some cases, and it's because they get battered, beaten, and bloodied by the falling shit from the sky that hurts and causes bleeding. Yeah? Hey, Zortos. How's things? Actually, no, why don't I just leave you there? Basically what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drain this river. Up top here. And once I'm done with up top here. Oh, see, that's of course assuming they can get there. Oh, no, they can. I'm going to drain the river in both locations. Here and up top. Once I'm done with that, maybe use a material I don't care about as much. Once I'm done with that, then I'm going to see what the frame rate is. Although, that's okay. was gonna say, did my frame rate just get a lot better, or did I pause it without realizing it? But the waterfall? Who cares? I can just make mist generators. Like, I got sources of water that aren't that waterfall. Like, if you're concerned about that waterfall, then you're more than welcome to keep it. Also, since I have this as an opportunity to build an alternate route for power. Never mind. Not actually as good of an idea as I thought. Chat, I need a big round of beers for no particular reason other than I'm just trying to get your attention. I'm going to go use the washroom. I will be back in a minute. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. All right. Also, it seems that somebody has made themselves a coffer. Good old Phelps. Wait, did it say coffer or coffin? This coffer? What? It must be stuck being transported immediately. I mean, it is new dirt. It's new dirt from the last one. It also sounds like the name of a pop punk album. I'm also just going to turn off fishing for a bit. In case you didn't notice, we have a couple fish. Because it won't update your keybinds because the game doesn't work that way, I don't think. Especially like if you inputted keybinds that aren't possible. If you want to adjust your keybinds, go to key bindings and adjust your key binds. Because not all keys can be rebound to everything. The game obviously pauses himself as soon as he walks away. Yeah, it happens to the best of us. I just knew there was an ad break coming. Fish explosion? No, this is just called having 5 fisher dwarves. How did a preset keybind list? I have no idea. Because you need to turn your volume up, Laya. That's why we're whispering. But yeah, I don't know. I would read the mod's dependencies. I mean, especially if it's a mod, if you're doing what I think you're doing, and you're trying to get the old school hotkeys to work, I guarantee you need a DF hack script for that, because there are some things about the old hotkeys that are not possible to use without using a DF hack script. So I remember somebody talking about that ages ago, but I also just don't care and just learned the new hotkeys, so it's like not a concern for me. I would recommend learning the new hotkeys because they're pretty good generally. And if you want to adjust hotkeys, adjust them from inside of the game. Use a mouse. That's all I got. I don't know, dude. It doesn't display them if you've got custom keybinds, Jesse. So it's useless if you're rebinding keys, which is what Kilroy's doing. Unless you're talking about, like, literally just the put the keybinds on the buttons thing. Because, like, wait, what mod are you talking about, Kilroy? Are you talking about a mod that, like, changes the currently existing keybinds? Or are you talking about the mod that updates the UI? Go nuts, link it. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. So sure, go nuts. That would be helpful. Okay, so like your actual best bet is simply ask the mod creator, because I've never used this mod, but if you change, okay, so there's a statement. It says, if you change any hotkeys, the displayed hotkeys will be inaccurate. You are free to alter the mod to make it work with your hotkeys. So if you've installed this mod and it's showing you, like it says that under known issues. The second known issue is the hotkeys for the Screw Piss and Soapmaker's Workshop are unchanged and the hotkey hints are not shown. There's no way to put different graphics on the buttons in the magma and non-magma furnaces. Have a split keyboard? Yeah, I can't help you, dude. My advice would just be edit your keybinds in the keybinds menu. Don't install mods for it. That is just my advice. You don't have to listen if you don't want. You're not distracting from stream. You're literally talking about the game that's being played on stream. That is the antithesis of distracting from the stream. Also, that's a little bit annoying. It's too close to the edge. I will never understand the I don't want to distract from stream apology thing that people give me sometimes. It's like very silly. Like, this is a Dwarf Fortress stream. How dare you talk about Dwarf Fortress on a Dwarf Fortress stream? The balls on this dwarf are unmatched. It's just like, how, like, sorry, but can I ask something off topic? It's like, my guy, I haven't been on topic in the last 4 hours. If anything, it's probably good for you to be on topic. That's fine. Could also be first-time chatter and be like, streamer, why my thing no work, and I will like work backwards. Like, yeah, what was it yesterday that somebody tuned in and was like, I'm not able to smelt metal, and I like reverse engineered, worked backwards, and babbled for like 20 minutes to figure out why that was happening specifically. I don't want to distract from stream, apologizes in shambles. All I'm saying is I'm good enough at distracting myself. I don't need your help. If anything, people asking about directly Dwarf Fortress related things is a good thing because you're getting me back on topic. Also, I was wondering why that minecart route wasn't working anymore. That makes a lot of sense. Accidentally smoothed over it. Whoops. A snatcher? Better go and catch her. I doubt the dwarves will get there in time, but we can try. Thank you for watching it, Flurf. Hopefully it was helpful. Verified while in conflict. I would be too, if I saw an army of angry dwarves running at me trying to beat the shit out of me. I suppose. Right around. Like, I understand it. I'm just saying... I understand it. I'm just saying I don't understand it. I'm trying to figure out how to word this better, but can't think of anything. There we go. Beat the shit out of him. You don't think a hammering is going to cut it? I mean, you could convict him of every other non-convicted crime. I mean, he just broke your queen's leg, so you should break his leg, you know? An eye for an eye, a leg for a leg. As somebody probably said at some point when discussing something. I mean, you could drop a gold brick on his head. That'd do it. Return tenfold? Break his leg in 10 places? Is that what you're saying? That's how my brain's reading that. There we go. Get that deconstructed. Old Ath. Why did all this get suspended? Oh, probably because of the stupid snatcher nonsense. I'm also gonna go hack down some glum prongs because they're cool and I want their logs. There's time for a lot of dwarves to start vomiting. Weaponsmith Wasting Slayer is visiting. I wonder, actually. That's always fun. Chain them up until it heals, repeat 9 times. To go to adventure mode and target specific body parts? Certainly, it would be possible. It might be hard to find that particular dwarf. Because you wouldn't know who they are, so they wouldn't have their name associated, so you'd have to go around asking a lot of people who they were. If you start as an outsider, you can actually start in your fortress, which is always a pro tip that I like to tell people. I like how this dwarf didn't even make it here. They had to stop because they got too injured by the rain. That's actually really funny. Like, imagine a world where, like, the dwarves had to stop what they were doing to, like, because they were too injured. That's this world. You can't make it halfway across the map without going and getting a shower and washing yourself off and cleaning up. It's pretty grim, actually. It's like if they just get unlucky and they get too much of this ooze rained on them, then they just lose it, man. I mean, the base itself is evil. I don't know if I'm evil. I haven't done much that's particularly... except for, like, the part where I made a drowning machine. Yeah, it's like, you know... playing Stalker when the storms come. Or anything with kind of, like, nuclear fallout or acids coming from the sky type deal. And also I'm aware I could just dig tunnels to these, but I feel like by the time I dig the tunnels, it won't have really done much good. So I should say I stand corrected. It wasn't actually these minecarts that was causing all the lag. I thought it was. It's certainly not this. The dwarves are turned to crab. They wouldn't drown in the drowning pool. I mean, if I teach them how to swim, they also won't drown, and it doesn't require any, like, evolving or devolving. I mean, if I look at some random dwarf here. Human caravan has arrived, and trade is shit. Well, that's good. See, novice swimmer. Like, Swiftwing is a novice swimmer. We don't need to be better than that. So I don't think returning to crab is necessarily an important thing to complete. At least when it comes to dwarves. Because there's a significantly less time-intensive variant of just simply teaching the dwarves how to swim. Some of them may drown, but that's okay. And their name is not John Cena. It's actually Id. And we memorialized Id. Who, it's a limestone memorial. They were a loving mother. The slab reads in memory of Id, drowned in the year 274. See? It was lesson learned. Years since dwarf drowned in the pool? 1. Proof? Dwarf that's still in the pool. Could I remove them from the pool? Yes. Do I care to? Not really. Do you? Chat, when a dwarf dies in an inconvenient spot, are you like, I'll go get that body? Or are you like, nah? Because to me, it really depends on the fort. In this particular fort, nah. Not hurting anybody. If anything, it's making the dwarves tougher. Depends on how much you like the dwarf. Honestly, yeah. Like, you know, named dwarf that's in really inconvenient spot. I will go to hell and back to get your body. And in some cases, I've literally sent dwarves down in the underworld to retrieve the corpses of named military dwarves that fell. But if I don't care, I'm sorry, what? By whomst? I'm confused. So one of my militia dwarves, Monom, is in fact stealing my artifact. Gonna go interrogate you. The question is, can a dwarf get there fast enough? I highly doubt I still have a mechanic. It's possible, but I highly doubt it. We'll see. Nope, I do actually have some mechanics. Which one do you want? One of the ones, or the one that's resting in the pond after, or in the pond. Resting in, I was reading the word pond. Resting in, where are you dumping water? What the fuck me? Oh, that's awkward. Anyway, the one that's resting in the hospital after receiving an injury from the evil weather, or, I don't know, which one do you want? I can pick it. I think it's literally just the one. So you're getting the injured one. Oversized red zip up hoodie. I don't know why I put a question. I'm just going to call you oversized red. As opposed to an undersized red, obviously. Oversized red is rarely jealous, very greedy, doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and is quite ambitious, doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and lives a fast-paced life and is trusting. He doesn't handle stress well. Oh, hey, look, traders. He doesn't handle stress well, and he tends to reveal personal information. He is often cheerful, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and scratches his ear when he's nervous. He exhales slowly and deliberately when he starts getting bored. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for time. I mean, injured is actually what this means. He personally values self-control and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes rock salt and fine pewter, as well as crystal opal in the color turquoise. Scepters and catapult parts and geese for their formation flying and the sound of the droplet of berries and the sight of the aquamarine of roughness, when possible prefers to consume sloth and potato plants and the hard wheat beer, and absolutely hates slugs. You know, I'm going to type something in out of curiosity. That's fine. That's what the rain does, for reference. If this fortress is covered in engravings of slugs, there's been a few dwarves who've hated slugs. I haven't seen any statues of slugs. Maybe a couple statues. Migrants have arrived. Yay! Anyways. Get to work, nerds. I need to finish this nonsense. You know, I'm gonna take a risk here and delete that. Ah! Love it. Cheers, Marcelo. If you refresh the stream, you'll get a notification. It's good to see you, by the way. The hail is like glass shards. I've never played a Gears of War game. Gears of War is one of those franchises that I just kind of completely missed. I do technically own one because I got given a key for it and then kind of forgot about it immediately, which is Gears Tactics. So technically I own a Gears of War game, but that's it. This is going to take a very long time, isn't it? It's not an RTS, it's a turn-based strategy. Although most people call turn-based games RTS games anyway, and I will never fully understand the reason for that. Like, I've lost count of the number of times I've seen Battletech called an RTS by somebody who is actively playing it. It's gotta just be a they don't play a lot of the genre kind of thing, but like just autopilot. I mean, I would be told. I mean, that would be what Mech Commander. I'm pretty. There is a BattleTech RTS, but it is decidedly not that game. Maybe it's random turn strategy. Raunchy turn strategy would be a turn-based. Also, this has not enough power. Dord Farquaad is throwing another tantrum. Well, good to know you're not placing a tantrum. Where are you, old Dorty? Oh, you're still in prison? Well, that's good. Hopefully you punch somebody and then stay in prison. Dwarf. So this, even when this is done, won't actually have enough power to power these because this requires 30 power and this is making 20. I need to make a second water windmill. What do you want? A temple complex and a high priest? Why does the priest have to always be stone? It's gotta be that wall that's fucking it up. Fans of the genre and fans of Gears should definitely play, so like 12 people. I feel like I probably would have liked Gears Tactics. I just kind of... I think I looked... I want to say at the time I didn't have the fastest internet and looked at the download size and it was like several orders of magnitude of gigabytes bigger than I was willing to deal with. So Limwell twist rated, corrupted the subject. Have an agent in Metal Sludge. Mortal Sludge, not Metal Sludge. So what is Metal Sludge? Is the secret sequel to Metal Slug. Not mine. That's Cave Hope. Very different dwarf. Well, fun. What you? Also 20 power. Good to know. It's interesting that these are, the windmills are only making 20 power apiece. That's a metal slime, right? Or are sludges like upgraded slimes? I mean, you can also have a sludge made of metal in Caves of Cud. Right. Investments are open for those of you who care. That's what the opium's for, right, Letterman? Miserable dwarves make great stories? Sure. It's not always the best gameplay, though. Although I'll say miserable dwarves tell great stories. Miserable Dwarf Fortress players give up before they find the stories, so... But yeah, I don't mind the dwarves being miserable. I mean, they're not even that miserable. Like, this is like a pretty happy fort. We're still mostly happy anyway. This fortress still has mostly positive reviews, guys. Like, what do you think this is? Mixed reviews? Negative reviews? Nah, not at all. We're doing fine still even. Although I do have to say a big thank you to those of you still hanging out. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for chilling in the stream today. I've been hanging out and watching the things go by. I don't know if any of you guys have noticed, but there's this trend that always happens on Twitch, which is if a game like announces an update or starts talking about an update or says that they're going to update, often I notice more people playing it for a while. And I've seen more people streaming Dwarf Fortress past chunk of time here. A little exciting. Makes me wonder if people are going to come back, because like the one thing that I honestly think is as if not more important to old players coming back when a patch comes out is streamers picking the game up again. I do wonder. It would be neat if dinos get Dwarf Fortress a bit of a revival, and then even neater if Magic gets a big one. I'd be so fucking happy if that happened. Because like I felt like a broken record the month that Dwarf Fortress came out, which was like, I'll still be here in a year playing this game. I don't know how many people streaming it right now will be. Maybe that was pessimistic, but I think my prediction was largely true. Magic is going to be exciting. I'm very curious to see what ends up happening with Magic. I did tell a friend of mine relatively recently, because I do have a vacation planned for August, and I don't think Magic is going to release in August, so I'm probably safe. But I did tell him, I was like, yeah, you know, if Magic gets announced to be releasing in August, I'm canceling this trip. Let's not have that exact same discussion as before, Rec. I know that's your first time speaking in my chat, but that is a discussion that happens 3 times a day on this channel, and I don't feel like it right now. I really like Krug Smash KC or Case in YouTube chat, but I really wish that he made his stuff more YouTube friendly. There's a very interesting statement that I saw written recently, which is like, if you make an art film for YouTube, it could find exactly the audience that it's intended for and nobody else. And that can work for some people on YouTube, but it's not what YouTube wants. If you make stuff for YouTube, you have to make it for YouTube. And I do think that, like, while Krug Smash makes incredible work and is very good at making stuff for his audience, I do think sometimes he could do more in the side of making stuff for YouTube. Because if he made stuff for YouTube, he would be significantly bigger than like anybody. Hey Rec, now's your opportunity to prove Mike completely wrong. Also, First and Last, from First to Last is a really good band, so. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for the ads? Please and thank you. I mean, just start a fight in front of them. That'd do it. In YouTube chat, I see. Can't wait to see the 3 necromancers in this fort that I'm playing right now start doing shenanigans. Like I said, start a fight. Capitalism? I mean, less capitalism and more like YouTube's optimism of... Not optimism. YouTube's optimization. That's the word I'm looking for. Of their algorithm. Also, this ain't gonna work because this is only producing 40 power and this needs 50 and this... Fine. Fucking hate when... Oh, fucking stupid. Let's say it's gonna need 41 power. That could be enough. I could have just connected them in the first place and it would have been fine. Rumble. But yeah, I don't know. It'd be nice if Dwarf Fortress gets a revival. But at the end of the day, the reason I... Chat, save me. Talk about anything else. Otherwise, I'm just going to start doing the Dwarf Fortress difficulty discussion again. I don't need to do that discussion today. I actually wrote it in my notes that I didn't want to do the discussion today. At the fucking start of the day. So talk about literally anything else. Save me, please. I mean, maybe not literally anything. Anything within reason. Logical reason. If you have that. If you don't have that, then I don't know. I've gotten pretty good at making bread. There you go. That's something else. Do notes before streams? None of your fucking business. I don't do anything of the sort. I would never admit to drawing notes or writing down shit. I don't have a notebook right here. I also don't write notes during streams. You've never noticed because you don't pay attention. You cared, you'd know. Yeah, I take notes every day. It's more like to-do lists more than anything. Interesting. In regards to Keeper RL. I wish I liked Keeper RL more, but it just kind of feels like a toy. Why would you give your cat a keyboard? That seems like a terrible idea. Elfie. Figured out how to ask you to top up the fish tank. That's confusing. I've never made tortillas, no. Although I don't really eat tortillas very much. Bait keyboard? I mean, Scamps of Dwarf Fortress fame had to use a keyboard because otherwise he would sit on Tarn's keyboard and, make it hard for him to program, so he gave Scamps a laptop. Rest in peace, Scamps. Scamps was a good cat. I should have just placed these one tile closer. I wouldn't have built these, but oh well. Top one's done. We're about to get some of the damming going. And thus the damming begins. So now what I need is I need this to get shallow enough as it spills over that way and goes this way, that I can tell the dwarves to build a wall. This is where those swimming lessons come in handy. They'll be able to go into here without canceling as easily. This is where we will start placing walls. Damned, you tell me? I didn't know that you told me. It's crazy. If you had told me, my life would be a bit easier, probably. I'm also going to start having dwarves path through things where they probably shouldn't be. Committed anti-marketing by rushing a patch where they were also collaborating with Alan Wake 2? I have a question. What? What do you mean by anti-marketing? And what's wrong with them collaborating with Alan Wake? Alan Wake's a cool game. Or at least the first one was. I never played the sequel, but I really like American Nightmare and the original Alan Wake. They're gonna have to give me more than just a statement, I guess, in that regards, sheep herder. Oh, I'm well aware. I don't really eat tortillas. So it's not a matter of like I would eat tortillas if I had fresh ones. I don't eat tortillas. But I believe it. And also, having looked at the recipes for tortillas, I don't actually agree that they're less finicky than bread. And I would also state that bread isn't finicky. But that's because I know how to make bread. And I've only ever looked at recipes of tortillas. Your mileage may vary, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I really wish that, you know what, actually I'm going to do this in a slightly different way. I really wish that there was more variety in Thrones too. That'd be real nice, actually. This has gotten very uninteresting, this fort, but this is one of those things that I'm doing right now that I often do and then remember, there's a much better way to do this. Why didn't I do this the better way? But by the time I'm thinking about doing it the better way, it's too late and I've done it the wrong way already, so. Yeah, it's named after somebody in chat. I didn't even ask them for permission. There's somebody in chat named Bogwater, and my sourdough is named Bogwater. But no, I don't really eat tortillas, so I'm not going to start making tortillas because I don't tortillas. If I ate tortillas, I would start making tortillas. I would need to have desire to eat tortillas. And I would have to like eating and go after a lot of foods that use tortillas. They don't really work anymore, so none of them. But probably either the FAMP, the fully automated minecart, the fully automated lava. I can't remember what the P stood for. Anyway, the lava redistribution device was pretty great. That's about it. Your pee causes cuts? That seems bad. Should probably go get that checked out, Alan, in YouTube chat. No. I mean, not to be mean to, how do I put this? Jay Sheepherder. Isn't Phasmophobia just a terribly built, like, horribly buggy video game? Highly depends on your frame rate. A day is about 30 seconds. There's 12 months and 30, or am I suddenly thinking there's 30 days in each month? It's 28 days in each month. But it depends on, like, your frame rate. Currently, fucking slow as shit. Like, actually, fucking slow as shit. My frame rate is 18. That is awful. And I'm not sure why it's so low. It's probably because of all the resting injury, but, like, this ain't helping. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just see if I can build here. I mean, I only watched Phasmo during like the first 6 weeks of its like height of fame when it was still a broken piece of shit, so I'm mostly just being a little shithead, but also try putting a wall there. Phasmo changed a lot since you stopped playing it. Not a great sales pitch, I gotta be honest. I am diabetic, so if I'm gonna eat a pile of carbs that exist, I'm gonna eat a pile of carbs that I'm interested in eating, that I like eating, that have recipes that I am used to making consistently. So I will stick to bread, Dustin dude, and avoid tortilla. I think it's kind of funny, actually. There's a lot of people who live very close to Mexico in North America that like seem to think that every person in North America loves tortillas. They're fine. But I kind of don't. I could go the rest of my life and never have a taco or a tortilla or anything that requires a tortilla again for the rest of my life and be totally fine. Like, it's not something that I go out of my way to eat. However, I do make borscht like 18 times a year. So, you know, we all have the food that we like. I feel like that's literally every single video game with a team larger than 4 that are in. Because not to be... Sorry if this is a bad opinion. But there are shitty people everywhere. And if you're working on a game and you have a large team, odds are pretty good somebody on the team is either a shitty person or said something shitty once. And because, for better or for worse, video games is kind of one of those industries that, like, doesn't forgive people very quickly, easily, or ever in some cases. It's often, like, very likely that if somebody said the shitty thing once, it's still online, and people still know. And I think the result of that is most of the things you love on the internet probably were touched by a shitty person. And so if a video game exists and somebody shitty worked on it at one point that said something shitty, does not surprise me. Technically not pure vanilla because I've got DF Hack running, but I don't have any of the automations from DF Hack running. So yes, technically, but no, technically. I hate damming rivers unless I have, like, lava. I don't have lava. So, fuck this shit. It's not also what I want you to do. No, it's not. Arcamuffin. It's helpful for power users, but not even remotely required for new players. I mean, you could say a cereal brand, and like I would have the same take. You could say the Coca-Cola Company, although they're not a great company to begin with. But like, you know what I'm like? It's just that's just reality. Like, if people are involved, someone's an asshole, and maybe I'm too accepting of that at this point, but. Chirp? I mean, dude, the dude Kellogg is actually fun to look into just because of how nuts he is. Like, he believed that bland, boring food would make you less interested in sex. Which is truly one of the funniest fucking things I've ever encountered in my life. Anyways. The British wouldn't exist if he was correct. Also, there'd be a lot less of like an aging population problem in Japan. Hang on now. I'm allowed to make jokes. Okay? Is a fascinating person derogatory? Oh, trust me, plenty of shitty people are fascinating. I'm trying to dam rivers, and the frame rate's real bad. Because I'm trying to figure out the cause of the bad frame rate. Also, Dord Farquaad is throwing another tantrum. I love the fact that Dord Farquaad is my tantrum thrower. It's very funny to me. You would argue shitty people might be the most fascinating? In some cases, yeah. Why they need to have their brains taken out so we can study them? It's like draining the ocean, but on a smaller scale, except I still have like 1,000% more frames than I did when I drained the ocean the last time. What are some humane ways of dealing with tantruming dwarves? Clicking on them and expelling them. That's the only humane way to deal with them. Otherwise, you could try to solve all of their needs. But that's sometimes a lost cause. This dwarf has been kind of going crazy slowly since their leg got blasted off by an Etten. They said humane, Kilroy. Then go to bed, Letteran. Chatting is not going to help you go to bed. I need to say this out loud because of how funny I think it is, though. I do think it's really funny that Kellogg thought that making cornflakes would make people celibate. Sorry. People have too much sin. I must make boring cereal that I force you to eat for breakfast every day so that you don't want to bang things. Yeah, but that would start a war with the goblins that I don't really want to be in right now, Dustin, because my frame rate's already bad enough. I don't need 100 goblins on the map. What's fucked is, like, oatmeal already existed. Like, you could have just given people cornmeal. But I guess then you couldn't sell it, so. Well, I mean, you can, but, like, it wouldn't be yours. It'd just be somebody else also selling corn. Isn't that just grits? Grits is delicious, man. There's a lot of things that were a mistake in the world. Kellogg just happens to be so much of a creep, but also at the same time is just so fucking weird that it's just funny in a modern context. Unlike, you know, like Lovecraft or something where he's just like, okay, this is too real. Kellogg is like unbelievably silly, as well as being a creep and a weirdo, which makes him much easier to make fun of. It's basically just cornmeal. Cornmeal with things on it, yeah. Maybe he's a person who just gets very excited for like a Christmas dinner. Maybe. And is dry turkey, probably. Anyway, what I'm saying is go look for some OG ads for like Kellogg's cereal from like when those products were new. We get some really strange marketing. Although I still think my favorite piece of propaganda, corporate propaganda from a long time ago is probably the guy who tried to import hippos into the US as a replacement for cattle. And then even better, the beef lobby like putting out marketing about why you don't want to eat hippo and why hippo is gross. Might be some of the best weird marketing. Sure, but like the newspaper stories, Hobo, about why you should eat hippo and why hippo is healthier than cow, followed by a full like page ad on the next page about why eating hippo will make you look like a hippo is really fucking funny. It's just really funny. It's just really funny. I don't know, man. It's just very funny. Maybe it... Can you tell the frame rate's low and I'm bored? That's where I'm at the minute. Anyway, Dwarf Farquaad's back in prison. Not much has changed. Also, this temple needs to be a temple complex, which is this temple. Which means currently I'm just going to engrave this pudgy chicken-shaped tile thing here. Pave all that. And maybe that'll help. Keep an eye on it. They thought they weren't good enough to eat. They'd be like, we'd have a higher population in the world than cattle. If only. Didn't Pablo Escobar's have hippos in his private zoo that escaped and now kind of a problem? It was a combination of things, but hippos escaping as part of that guy that was trying to import them for food also was a bit of a problem. Although I do have to say this, as far as like hippo burgers go, and I just say that I'm really, really happy that that didn't take off. Not because I wouldn't eat a hippo. Like if I was in a situation where I could eat a hippo, then sure, why not? I'd try it once. But like, the reason I'm happy is, could you imagine what that would smell like? Like I've seen a hippo in a zoo and you can smell it from like a kilometer away. Could you I don't know if I want to eat stank beef, guys. Maybe you're good with stank beef. I think I'm pretty hard pass on that. I'm also gonna make a guess here. I have a feeling because of how fatty hippo is, would probably be similar to consuming whale. They're all muscle. It's like the wild bogwater. They're like the wild animal equivalent of a sumo wrestler. They're muscle and blubber. Cows are big, but hippos are massive. Hippos are huge. Let's farm the biological equivalent of a fucking tank. Also, like, in an era where, like, premium farming technology was, like, wooden fences, sticks, and a lasso, and a cowboy hat. They destroyed my trade depot. Lord Farquaad, why? Why'd you break my trade depot? What did it ever do to you? Seriously. What did I ever do to you? You gotta be that way. Not high enough value yet. Well, that sucks. I will increase the value more so. Could put some fancy beds in there. What that statue? We'll put it on this thing's nose. This thing. It's taking time, but we're getting there. That's a good question. No, I didn't. The one that, like, immediately disappeared. Because somebody was hauling it somewhere. And I've got a miner stumbling around obliviously. Stuff. Time to go beat the shit out of Lord Dord Farquaad some more. Define better. Because I would say that duck is just better chicken, but, like, also nothing like chicken. And rabbit is just better kangaroo. I love how I've just accidentally made Chip, like, chat very, very obsessed with hippo beef. You guys would have been so sold by the hippo burger propaganda. Just saying. So does a chicken. What? Right, people, wrong time. Yeah, just 100 years-ish late. I think it was like 1920s. Okay, we'll just let this side go. There we go. So now, hopefully, this will make the damming less of a problem. He says that as the water starts to flow back in, as it always does. Now we wait. And this gets canceled. Also in an ad break, but not much is happening, so I will wait. There's a lot of animals I don't want to eat, and also there's a lot of animals out there that I'm very happy the world doesn't eat, because I think animals are really cool, and when we eat them, we have a tendency of making them less common and exist not much. So honestly, I think it's probably for the best that most of the animals that chat is going on about how they want to eat isn't actively et, because we know about them and we think that they're cool because we don't eat them. If we ate them, they wouldn't exist much anymore. Not in the wild. Okay. And not in a humane and happy way. Like, I like eating animals, don't get me wrong. We also breed, like, all of their natural existence out of them. What's the round thingy on my left arm? Aperture. Like a camera lens. I have it because of the video game Portal. That's also my right arm, not my left arm. Unless you're talking about my continuous glucose, which is on my other arm. I always figure people are talking about my tattoos. Continuous glucose monitor. Watch like literally any Canadian TV and you'll see a trillion ads for it. A very expensive device thingy that tells me when I'm dying, usually slightly after I start to notice it anyway. So it's quite annoying. I rather hate the device. It's one of the many things that I have to pay for on a weekly basis so that I don't die as quickly as I would normally. Which I'm told by people that it's better that I don't die quickly. I'm not certain I believe them, though. No, I want to die slowly. I just don't want to have to pay to die slowly. I could die quickly if I didn't pay. Because Dord's arm got knocked off, or leg got knocked off, and their life has been difficult and inconvenient ever since. And now they have temper tantrums because of it. What's your swimming skill, Vlad? Novice. Good stuff. These logs are going to fucking chat. There you go. Come on. Perfect. That's the first one done. Second one done. Shoutouts to the mom who just lost her baby in the water and then picked it up and then is now climbing out, or trying to, and then dropped her baby again. Baby needs swimming lessons too. Okay, it's very important. That's another one. Last one. This is like rolling the fucking dice. Also why I've taught these dwarves to swim. Really feel like this side should be the priority side, but how's your swimming levels? Probably pretty good. Novice, good stuff. There's still old Phelps. Phelps made a artifact relatively recently too. Oh. Also, that shrine's done. I just need to add a new priest. I mean, the old one did get their legs broken, so. Gerd, you're now a religious sacred mine, and next to the first iron, who's Swiftwing now. Did it ever even go? It does go down to 2 occasionally. Stop dropping your baby there, Dwarf. Would have been easier if I had just brought lava up. I guess fine. I haven't really looked at it in a while. Somebody died, but not due to that minecart. No. We can name one Filthy Mike if you like. baby is slippery, yeah. I mean, if you want to name like a baby dwarf stinker, that would make some sense. I could roll with that. But like, fully grown dwarf stinker? I mean, come on. Drop. What are you doing over here? See, this is why I taught these dwarves to swim. See, they're just swimming. Going for a swim. Put a pump on the wall. It's more or less what I'm doing. But the frame rate's already so low, I'm just kind of going to see if I don't have to bother. Although, something I could do is maybe this. It's literally just a matter of this construction finishing, because the second that construction finishes, it'll be done and it'll be fine. That is it. Or the other thing that I could do is I could just put one in the middle here. And then block it off up here later, once it's slowed down enough. See how the top one's doing? Well, since Mike insists, after much protesting, the newest baby can be Stinker. Also known as Mike, is utterly humorless and intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate regardless of its merits, is prone to strong feelings of lust, and thinks that he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Sounds like a stinker. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. I really wish it was like he's utterly humorless. And I was like, I'm right. Anyway, he thinks that he's fairly important. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract and can handle stress. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Typical 0-year-old dwarf. Hey, babies are molded by their parents, so this seems like a parenting issue. Okay. He personally values honesty and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. Well, he's not Dutch. That's for sure. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. And likes Galena and Billin, as well as green tourmaline and gauntlets, and the words of the fatal death and the sound of the inky tummies, and when possible, prefers to consume limes, hates slugs. Okay. Still a chance that finishes, but I need to finish up this sucker. None of this wood is close by. You merged a few murky pools into water, into a reservoir. That's not good, generally, I would say. Murky pools are interesting, but they do create dirty water, so you kind of need to clean it. So I would pump it through a pump if you're going to use it for a hospital or anything. Or only one singular migrant to arrive? Absolutely, but, like, what's your population currently? I love the fact that if they would just go in this way, they would have less of a problem. Don't throw the baby in, Storm. That's silly. Good thing you're still carrying the blocks, or were carrying the blocks, and then you threw the blocks in, and then... all I have to say, Chad. Did you leave your... Hold up. So, I'm not going to say that it couldn't have happened to a better dwarf, but Stinker is drowning right now because his mom threw him in the river. She went to go take a shower and was like, nah. Imush is trying to be a hero, but it didn't work. Every single time the 6 deep water comes by, he stops drowning. So he's probably going to be totally fine. The funny thing is he's not gaining skills related to swimming. Well, he made it out. Oh, nope, now he goes back in. Is your mom going to come get you? That's the real question. It really is like a slide. Like, Kiddo here is just doing laps. What was your mom's name? Storm. Oh, mom's injured. Mom's gonna go take a shower at the hospital due to injury from the evil rain. She did kind of throw him into the river, though, which is really funny. I feel like this was all a mistake. But if they could just get this finished. We'll be most of the way there. My baby has atrocious vibes. My chat named my baby Stinker. I want a refund and a new one. It's probably what Mom's thinking. Not Doctor XP, but Diagnoser XP for sure. As they lie down, they get diagnosed, they get bathed, and then they go back to whatever they were doing. It's better than the time that a dwarf threw their baby off of the wall and then their baby just exploded. Because I had a 30 Z-level tall wall in Long Death, and a dwarf like got hit by a bird. It was a raven, and threw their baby, and their baby just went wee splat. That was pretty brutal. And then we got to read the combat log of every single limb of that baby just exploding. Where are you going? Oh, you're going for that block. Okay, that's not the block I thought you were going for. I do have to say, all of these dwarves having swimming... Oh, no, don't you fucking dare. All these dwarves having swimming skill is crazy. They path in a lot of places I never expect them to path. Are you going all the way to the other end? Okay, never mind. I don't even know where that dwarf's going. They must be. Holy shit. You're going up there. So Stinker was found by Mum. Looks like. It shouldn't, but that's hilarious. That sounds hilarious. What? The baby being thrown into the river? Or the baby exploding? I agree on both counts. Doc is fighting with what? Minecart? Oh. Somebody got hit by the minecart. I will be very happy when I can figure out the root cause of the low frames. Be a good time. I'm a little bit worried that there's like some weird uncontrollable shenanigans because this is I was assuming it was just the constructions and the machines, but it's not because they wouldn't be this the game wouldn't be this laggy right now if it was. Waiting for another dwarf to come get those willow logs because Lady K got injured. It's always the pathing? I don't think that that's true. That it's always the pathing anyway. I think that can be true, but I don't think that's the case. All right, for everybody and my own sanity. Done. So this will start flowing up here. This one will block off nicer than the one below because it's already got walls in place. The one below down here is probably forbidden again. Oh, nope, they did in fact get this done. Well, that's good. Meaning... I'll try and get these two blocked off. Keep you canceled. And then this up here is now being pumped backwards, meaning it's going to start draining now. And because this doesn't have two rivers flowing into it, just the one, these will hopefully be less of a pain in the ass to deal with. Chad, have you ever bothered trying to drain a river? If so, how did you do it? Let's just use limestone. There. You don't like messing with water, it's scary. It is true. More of an issue with frame rate than it being scary for me. I know it's going to be horrible for the frames. Go get him, synthetic cat girl. No, but you might be filthy. In YouTube chat, or in Twitch chat, but, no, the dwarves aren't stupid. The dwarves are capable of constructing walls on top of an area with one deep water. They're not capable of constructing walls with anything deeper than that. So if you have an area that's rapidly flying between 1 of 7 deep and 7 deep, if it's 7 deep, then it's very, like, blinking back and forth unless they happen to finish the construction tick on the last possible second of it being 1 deep, they cancel it. So I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, it absolutely did. Oh, when you say reset, you mean the hours? Yeah. When I reinstalled my OS recently, I lost the backup. I thought I had it backed up, but apparently I didn't. Oh, now we're back to dropping your baby again. Unrelated baby. That's that one done. You move these. Got a miner that's withdrawn from society. Gotta move that last brick. They keep moving them, and then they keep moving back in. Oh boy. It's gonna be fun, isn't it? Come on, you. There you go. Perfect. Okay, well, that's one drained. And then you clean this, and then deconstruct this. So, chat, we've sealed one off. One of two is now damned. Shout as loud as you possibly can out your nearest window, damn it. And everybody will wonder why you're a beaver. One of two completed. The second is up here. Two are done. One more to go. And done. Perfect. I'm not going to demand that you have to post a round of beers, but you should post a big round of beers, chat. I feel like that's an achievement. Like me personally. I feel like that's an achievement. Now, on one hand, I'm going to lose access to my water cannon, but that's fine. On the other hand, river is about to be a lot less flowy. And this is all still powered, which kind of is silly, but you destroying it? There you go. And there goes the second one. Because the water is all draining this way, gonna take a little bit. Making floodgates on that would actually be maybe not impossible, but very fiddly. Rather use a drawbridge, but then redirect it. I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna throw everybody into this burrow once more. The game saves. I will show you how to do it in a second, Fluffy Toast. If you have a broker assigned and you hover your mouse over the name of your fort, it tells you while the game's saving. Today I learned. It'll tell you what your estimated wealth is. Danger starts based on five things. Your proximity to things that might hate you. How much, like how wild and dangerous the area that you're in is. And the number of caverns you have access to, and the threat level of those caverns. The more construction and noise and nonsense you produce in the caverns, the meaner the caverns get. Are you really close to bad things? Like things that you're at war with? If yes, they'll attack you if you have at least 80 people and they notice that you're there, or if they accidentally just stumble upon your location. They'll attack you if you've exported a shit ton of wealth, and they'll attack you if you attack them. So if you are in the middle of fuck nowhere and have never attacked anybody, and you're not near anybody who's at war with you, and you haven't dug into the caverns, yeah, year 5, nothing really will have happened yet. Is your general dwarfy myth? Yeah, that's fair. Dord Farquaad is throwing yet another tantrum. I may have to sacrifice the old Dord to the river. No, that's not what we're looking at. Did you listen to what I said? Around 5 days away. That's not close at all. 5 days away is far away. If you've just opened the caves, you should probably, like, I will actually say this. Ignore what Letteran said about wealth. I'm not really sure what they're on about. Wealth is connected to Mega Beasts, but not really. Like, there is a hidden renown stat, but just don't worry about it, actually. What you need to worry about is your population. If you want to get attacked, attack somebody. First tip. Second, if your population is less than 80, the goblins won't attack you, period, because the default difficulty settings are as such that they won't invade you unless you have at least 80 dwarves. Like, if I look at my fort's right here. Like, 2 days away, 3 days away, 4 days away, 5 days away, 5 days travel away is really fucking far. Nothing's going to attack you if it's 5 days away. They're just not going to find you. So, like, these goblins will literally never attack me. Because they're so far away. These goblins I'm at war with because for some fucking reason, this cave is occupied by these goblins. So these goblins periodically have been sending, like, kidnappers to try and steal kids, but I fan them off every time they do it. And I haven't really been going out of my way to fight them. I could, but I haven't been. So you have to put a stick in a goblin's nest and get 5 more dwarves. You will fucking die if you only have 75 dwarves. But have fun, as they say. Have fun. You know, Legends mod is maybe one of the highest typos in the Dwarf Fortress community. Gotta be honest. It is constant. Representative is visiting? Excuse me. Huh? You don't seem trustworthy. Guest my ass. That ain't no guest. You ain't here for nothing good. The second part is true already. And so's the third one. Ghosts. Dear Siren, do you mind? Ghosts have the ability to pick locks. Legends doesn't work. It hasn't in a while, so I've disabled the command. Ever since the last patch, it stopped working, and nobody's forked it for me, so I don't have the know-how or the knowledge to make it work again. I'm sorry, but it's not running at the minute. So the denser the material of the door, the harder it is to break. Already true. Locked doors can be opened by ghosts, gremlins, and there's at least one other thing that can open locked doors. There's a few things that can open locked doors. So I guess the second half of what you're saying is already true. I return. I'm still me. I cry every time, but nobody's forked it for me. Okay. Are there any cute quality of life mods for Dwarf Fortress? There's DF Hack, but I don't think any of the other ones are really worth using. But you're also asking the wrong person. But I also wouldn't recommend using most of DF Hack. I think that you'll do a better job learning the game if you don't use DF Hack. But if you already feel you know the game, then use DF Hack. It's kind of like skipping every other quest in Skyrim the first time you play through because there's a chance they might bug out. Like, yeah, I guess you could do that, but you might also be missing a chunk of the game. If hack is so daunting, it's a quality of life mod. That's what you're asking for, so. Espionage, hey? Oh, a little bit of espionage. Just a little bit of espionage. Install df hack and then type in this, disable overlay, when you turn the game on. And then when someone is like, hey, you can do this thing if you install df hack, then you can install df hack whenever someone is, or then you can use df hack whenever somebody says you can do this thing if you use df hack. Or if you get confused with something and someone says, hey, you can fix it if you use df hack for this. It basically just gives you access to that without having to, you know, try and install it every time, which I do think is kind of useful, in my opinion. What? Somebody tantrumed and broke my farm. Bullshit. I'm still live. I would hope that I'm still live. It'd be kind of wild if I wasn't. I mean, I'm gonna just state that if you're using that menu to smelt, Laya, they do have tooltips now in the vanilla game. So, like, it says what it requires and what it makes into. But maybe I'm missing the point of whatever this mod that you're talking about is. Please. I was added a little while ago. What do you need? Query, cut gems. Query. Gems. Query. I think I need some cut gems, chat. Happy to help, Laya. Because an immobilized mother can't find her child, and no one is helping her to the hospital. You could set orderlies to everybody. Or, like, go here and then pause a bunch of unrelated jobs so that dwarves can, like, get shit to the hospital. Which, actually, I think I'm going to do. Let's just pause a bunch of orders, except for maybe brew, drinks. Pause a bunch of tasks that aren't, like, immediately necessary. Give these dwarves a break for a little bit. If I can slow things down and take all my military off of immediate training. Okay, now I'm really confused. Why are you not cutting? Cut 30 gems per quarter. I don't even. What the shit is going on? Like, there's literally gems everywhere. I usually just enable and disable training periodically. I don't generally do staggered. So just this one's gonna keep going. The other one's gonna stop. I'm doing this so that I can disconnect that from power to keep the others powered. Caravan has arrived for trading. I'm still trying to locate the source of the frame rate being shitty. Yeah, I usually just do constant training and then just turn them off or set them to patrols once they're trained up enough. That's generally what I do. The route that I go. The river drained out yet? No. Not even close. It'll take a while. Because all of the top needs to drain out first. If anything, it'll probably get worse before it gets better. All of this needs to drain out. Unless I want to be super dangerous. I don't think I do. Being super dangerous would be going up to the top of the... being super dangerous would be going to the top of the water wheel and, or the waterfall and building a wall across the top of it. Not certain I want to do that. But it is trading time, so... Ba-da-da-da. Sell a bunch of fancy-ass beds. Why don't we? Let's just say... prepared food barrels. I am not going to figure out exactly what dwarf is the most impatient. I could name you a male dwarf or a female dwarf. I'm not going to go through every single dwarf in the list. Because that would require me reading the description of multiple, if not every dwarf. So, I don't have the ability to sort with that granularity. Under shrimpable, I will do my best. You want an upset? Well, no, you don't want an up. I'm not gonna, like, say that out loud. You want a lady dwarf? There's a minor. Madame Pestilent. You're altruistic, value sacrifice, and you value merriment. Truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. Very curious, sometimes to her detriment. Is very stubborn and generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions. She occasionally overindulges and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and she often feels envious. Also, hold up. Sweet. Well, that's good. Artifact was able to get what they need. Where was I? She has a tendency to go alone without considering the advice of others and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. But what I could do is I could give you a custom role. Update waiter. There you go. She likes a little excitement now and then and has a calm demeanor and sometimes can act without deliberation. She has an active sense of humor and is slow to trust others. Also, sorry if I seem salty. It's quite hot in here right now, and game's running slowly and a little bit annoying to figure out what's causing it. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but grumbles mildly at shite weather. She dreams of raising a family. Personally, finds sacrifice to be the height of to be the highest of ideals, not height of folly, and believes that little is better in life than a good party. Sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. Likes native gold, nickel silver, topaz, and white stork tooth, cockatiel bone, cotton paper, and the color ultramarine. Diamonds, breastplates, tables, and llamas for their long necks, and horned melon vines for their fruit, and the words of the Page of Crystal and the sound of the inky tummies, and the sight of the fabulous satin, and when possible prefers to consume a giant sloth and pineapple wine, and absolutely hates fire snakes. Let's leave her a pull. Which will shut this lever off, which will turn these off. And a miner has made a coffin. Oh. Well, that's good. I'm sure. Nothing bad could come of that. You've never seen a fire snake? If you go down to the caves, you'll see fire snakes. Period. Well, that's interesting. Twitch drowned, right? This goblin is passing acquaintances with Twitch from my old fort a couple forts ago. Means that goblins visited me in past forts. Lava Sea tends to have a good number of fire snakes. Correct. Meanwhile, a goblin has thrown the lag switch. Currently, I can't find any real immediately discernible reason as to why the frame rate would be terrible. Unless I just go and start exterminating animals. Surprise, it wasn't that. I don't think it's the rivers, and I'm pretty convinced that me going around and damming all the rivers actually isn't gonna do much. But then again, I could also be wrong. We'll see. Going to take a long ass time to drain. It's diplomacy season, though. There's not much to share. They've updated my maps, and I'm going to request wood. as I have been previously. They want prepared meals next year. Well, that's easy. I'm going to trade with the mountain home, with the exception of the beds. What do they have that I want? Don't want that cave spider silk venom. That's useless to me. Oh, those gloves. And the other faction. Buy the logs. Shoes. I don't know. I'm not going to buy that steel cap. It's too expensive. Maybe the piece of cheese. Done. Easy peasy trading day. Several years. You'll still run into them in regards to cavern invaders. Oh no, I mean, if cavern invaders were still in, I would have disabled them, which is what I'd done for a long time. Great, more migrants. Excellent, that's just what I need. No, I mean... Here. Basically, like, it's not that you can't make suggestions. I'll probably be like, nope, it's definitely not that, regardless of what your suggestion is, though, if you do make them. So, to expect to be told, probably not that, in a lot of cases. And I don't think it's the machines either, but I'm gonna... I really hope you guys are enjoying this fort because it is starting to test my patience. Which sucks, because the last few forts have really fucking tested my patience. And it would have been nice to have one that didn't. For a bit. Like, does that? See, that right there is my biggest suspicion of frame rate. Is all of the stuff that's being powered around the fort, and I gained 3 frames back, so it's not that. Chat, I don't know. But what I will tell you is I'm fucking annoyed. And I don't want to sit here and be grumpy for the rest of the day. So I'm gonna go do something else with the rest of my day. I'll be back tomorrow normal time. You know where to find me, and I'll try and unfuck this mess then. Sound good? I hope it does, because that's what's happening. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down first. You guys enjoy your day. You know where to find me over here on twitch.tv/Blendrill. And Twitch folks, stick around, please, because we're going to go raid somebody. Looks cool in slow motion with all the machines. Take care, YouTube folks. We'll figure this problem out tomorrow. And worst case, I start a new fort next week. Bleh. No, not bye. Goodbye in like 3 minutes once the game's done saving. And I've played the raid music. Then you can say goodbye. Before then, I need you to grab your favorite emotes and get ready to post them in my chat. Important. But yeah, seriously, thanks for hanging out today, guys. Sorry for kind of the, I don't know, mild salt. It's like a salt mix. Mixed with other things. What is video games if not the occasional salt?